has been summoned by ED to check on the approvals which the other folks who have been arrested has been giving. They seem to be turning as approvers, and that is being evident right now. Mr. Pillai seems to have accepted that he is the Benami of Mrs. Kavitha and also Mr. Maganti. So now we have to see where this case leads to when she attends the interaction with ED tomorrow.
All right, Mr. Rao, thank you for joining us. So, Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP over there saying that the links are finally being connected. I'm going to go back to Shravan on this one. Now, Shravan, explain to us the linkages between K. Kavitha, Arun Ramachandra Pillai, as well as, Samir Mohendro, who was also earlier arrested by the CBI in this case. All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Shravan. We'll just get him back in a bit. But the latest that we are getting is that BRS leader K. Kavitha has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. She's been asked to appear on Thursday in New Delhi. We are given to understand that the ED is looking to confront her with Arun Ramachandra Pillai, who was earlier arrested by the ED. Now, the ED on Tuesday had arrested the Hyderabad-based businessman Arun Ramachandran Pillai in connection with the alleged scam in the Delhi liquor policy. Shravan back with us on the phone line now. Shravan, explain to us the connection that the ED says is there between Pillai, K. Kavitha and also, of course, Samir Mohendro, who was earlier arrested by the CBI in this particular case as well. Shravan, can you hear me?
Well, in fact, Nupur, as far as K. Kavitha is concerned, it's important to point out here that this is for the first time. She is going to be examined by the Enforcement Directorate. But what we are picking up from our sources within the Enforcement Directorate is that this time this is going to be a joint interrogation between K. Kavitha and Arun Ramachandra Pillai, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. Now, the large focus of the Enforcement Directorate is on the South Group. Remember, this is the South Group that they believe has played a pivotal role in drafting the excise policy. The drafting of the excise policy was done in a manner that was favoring only a select few players, which included players from the South Group itself. As part of the commission, 100 crore rupees was already paid. And what is important to point out here is that so far the Enforcement Directorate has been able to perhaps find traces for about 30 crore rupees. 70 crore rupees is still not known. Secondly, what is important to point out here is that when the excise policy was being drafted, the South Group was camping here in the national capital. And on the 18th of March is when this excise policy was typed inside the camp office of the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. And this excise policy, even before it was implementation presented before the GOM, was actually shared with the South Group. In fact, there is digital evidence to the effect that the South Group had also given certain recommendations as to how exactly the excise policy should look like, and that would effectively benefit the South Group. These are the allegations that have essentially been leveled. Arun Ramachandra Pillai has also been in the dock, primarily because of the company that was floated and the money that was essentially routed through the very company that he was holding.
Now, Shravan, the ED seems to suggest that K. Kavitha had a large stake essentially in one of the liquor companies that benefited from the excise policy. Give us more details how the linkage is been established between Arun Ramachandra Pillai as well as, of course, Samir Mohendro and Vijay Nair, who have already been arrested by the ED in this case.
Well, to first begin with the allegations that have been leveled by the Enforcement Directorate against K. Kavitha, which again, remember, the leader herself has completely refuted. If you remember, the first time the Enforcement Directorate had made a reference of K. Kavitha, she had essentially lashed out at the investigative agency, saying that there is absolutely no proof. Even till date, the party essentially is no financial link between Arun Ramachandra Pillai and K. Kavitha. In fact, this is the question that has been asked to the party. The party says that there is no financial relationship. However, they haven't really denied the fact that both are known to K. Kavitha and Arun Ramachandra Pillai, but they vehemently deny that there is any sort of financial linkage between the leader and Arun Ramachandra. Already been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, answering your question with regards to the representation of K. Kavitha in the South Group, if you simply go by the claims that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate, then yes, they believe that that part of in the South Group, K. Kavitha does play an important role.
I'm afraid, Shravan, I'll have to interrupt you there. I'll come back to you in just a bit. But Mr. R.S. Reddy from the BRS is with us on the phone line. Mr. Reddy, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Reddy, how do you see the questioning and the summons that have been issued to the BRS leader K. Kavitha? In this case, we understand that the ED says that they would like to confront her with Arun Ramachandra Pillai.
The entire this case is falsely fabricated from the day one, we are saying. And neither Kavitha ji or any other BRS leader has no role in this. We already gave a clarity. Even before this, CBI came to Kavitha ji's residence and she gave all the clarification. And whatever, allegations are made are all false. And, they are trying to implicate her in this case. That is what our stand is. And not only Kavitha ji, if you look at all these cases, today booked by ED or CBI in the country, only targeted on the opposition leaders. And the entire opposition wrote a letter to the Prime Minister also on this particular issue, how the Union government is misusing the power, misusing the probe agencies to harass and, witch hunt the opposition leaders. And this case also, or these summons also are in the same line. So we are not going to get scared about these kind of petty politics and shortcuts. We will face it, and we are clean. And definitely we will come out. We are clean hands. We already have made it clear. These kind of threats by the probe agencies are not going to stop us to work politically against BJP and BJP's autocratic rule in this country. We will continue to fight BJP, their autocratic rule, their selective targeting, their non-democratic practices in the country. And these summons, these cases are not going to stop us.
All right, Mr. R.S. Reddy from the BRS, thank you very much for speaking to us. So that's the BRS leader over there saying that all of this is politically motivated and that central agencies are being used by the centre to target opposition leaders. I'm going to go back on this one to Shravan. Shravan, that's the response that we've got from the BRS all along. In fact, even K. Kavitha has said that this is nothing but political targeting. But the fact of the matter is that, the agencies seem very confident of their case. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Shravan Sen. We'll get him back in just a bit. But K. Kavitha's summoning by the ED and what we are told is going to be a confrontation between her and Arun Ramachandran Pillai, of course, comes after Pillai was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. He's an accused in the case and allegedly worked as a frontman for the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter K. Kavitha in a company. Now that's what the ED says. K. Kavitha, of course, has denied knowing Arun Pillai, saying that she does not have anything to do with him. However, the ED says that there is a clear linkage between the two. Now, the ED has also named K. Kavitha in the case charge sheet, accusing her of holding about 65% stake in Indo Spirits, which is a liquor company. She was questioned by the probe agency at her home in Hyderabad in December as well. Now, the CBI had earlier said that Arun Pillai used to collect undue advantage from Sameer Mahendru, who was the owner of Indo Spirits, for onward transmission to the accused public servants through Vijay Nair. Vijay Nair, of course, was the Aam Aadmi Party's communications in charge. Sameer Mahendru and Vijay Nair both were arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, in connection with this case. Now, in October of 2022, the CBI had also arrested Arun Pillai's associate, who goes by the name of Abhishek Boyanpalli. Now, Abhishek was the director of a company named Robin Distribution LLP, which is an alleged shell company that was used to account for commissions from the liquor firms that benefited from this policy. Now, this is the alleged cartelization or the South lobby that the CBI and the ED have been referring to in their case against these leaders as well, of course, as others. Now, according to sources, Arun Pillai used to collect the commission and route it through this firm, which, of course, was known as Robin Distribution LLP. Now, this was based in Hyderabad, is what we know. Now, the ED will also be, of course, questioning the former jailed Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia in Tihar jail. Manish Sisodia was arrested by the CBI on the 26th of February after 8 hours of questioning. Now, we are told that the ED also will be questioning Manish Sisodia in terms to understand what his role was and who essentially was given the advantage of this liquor policy. Do remember that the liquor policy, of course, after having run for a few months, was withdrawn from the national capital, and thereafter, that is one question that the Aam Aadmi Party and the advocates of this liquor policy have not been able to answer essentially to the agencies. Now, there are two separate cases in this particular case. One, of course, is been run by the CBI. The other is the Enforcement Directorate. I think we've also got Mr. N.V. Subhash. He's joining us from Hyderabad. I think he's the BJP's Telangana spokesperson. Mr. Subhash, good morning. Mr. Subhash, we just spoke to the BRS. They continue to say that this is motivated, it's politically motivated, and it essentially is the targeting of opposition leaders. How do you see the latest developments that have taken place? We are told that Kavitha has been summoned by the ED once again.
This is not politically motivated. You know, this case has been going on from past few months, wherein Ms. Kavitha and her business partner and her, one of the family members are also involved in the liquor scam case. So this has been going on from so many months. How can they say that it's politically motivated? After Modi took over as the Prime Minister of this country, all the agencies have been given importance, and then they have been asked to do their job, because the transparency, accountability is the main agenda. People, irrespective of political affiliation, who are involved in scams, who make who make a loss to the national exchequer or to the state liquor, definitely they are being caught and then they are being questioned. So we see that nothing new about it, and the one after the other who are involved in the liquor scam case, including the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, has been arrested. And the close relative of the main business partner of Ms. Kavitha, MLC Kavitha, has been also arrested yesterday. So this is one of the many acquisitions which has been going on, and then one by one who have been summoned, they have been questioned, and then ED and the CBI is finding good evidence on that, and only after that they are being arrested. So I see that this is like the procedural. The procedure which is acted by the investigation agencies. As I said earlier, with respect to political affiliation, people who are involved in scams, they are being caught. They are being caught red-handed. They have been questioned after proper, thorough investigations only.
Right.
They are arrested.
Right, Mr. Subhash, thank you for speaking to us. So that is N.V. Subhash, the BJP spokesperson for Telangana, saying that the BRS is essentially trying to evade answers to questions that have been asked by the agencies in the Liquorgate scam. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more news, including the Prime Minister's visit to Assam. He will also later be attending Manik Saha's swearing-in ceremony. And Manik Saha is set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Tripura for a second term.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो.
सर इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम.
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी.
आपकी फौज में भी यही है. डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू. आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग. सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing. The resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani. The Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen. And we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance.
आप इंडिया आते हैं and then you start special forces, NSG, गरुड़, मार्कोस. किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी.
अच्छा.
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा. एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV and quickly going back to the big story that we're tracking right now, where the BRS leader Kavitha has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. She will be appearing before the ED on the 10th of March. The ED wants to confront her with Arun Ramachandra Pillai. Let's go across to Aneri, who's reporting on this from Hyderabad. Aneri, good morning. Aneri, new developments seem to suggest that the ED wants to establish the link between Kavitha and Arun Ramachandra Pillai, and that's why they want to confront the two of them. And she's been summoned to Delhi. Give us more details on what this linkage is according to the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI.
Well, that's right, Nupur. This comes just a day after Arun Ramachandra Pillai, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor scam. Yesterday, he was arrested in the national capital, and today we see that that Kavitha, who is the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister and also an MLC, has now been summoned, and she has been asked to appear for the questioning tomorrow in Delhi, where we are seeing that how there has been her name has been emerging over the South group, and also at the same time we are seeing that in the remand copy of Arun Ramachandra Pillai, which had come out yesterday, where he had made one statement which states that he had acted upon the instructions of K. Kavitha is what the remand copy states, and also at the same time we have been seeing that how this has been going on since from the time of arrest of Manish Sisodia to Arun Ramchandar Pillai, and now it's K. Kavitha who has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor scam, where we are seeing that this is not the first time, Nupur. Earlier also K. Kavitha was being questioned, but now we are seeing that she has been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate, and she will be questioned along with Ramchandar Pillai. So definitely more and more details will have to wait and watch, because it is very important. K. Kavitha has been named once again in the liquor scam because she, along with other members, the South group, which is said to be involved in this liquor scam, is very crucial, and that is why now we are seeing that ED has issued a summons to K. Kavitha, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and she will be questioned tomorrow by the Enforcement Directorate in the national capital. But also at the same time, Anupur, this comes just a day after Arun Ramchandar Pillai was arrested yesterday by the ED, and now we are seeing that Enforcement Directorate have also summoned K. Kavitha into this matter. But now we also have been seeing how there has been a political face-off between the opposition parties and the central government, and the BJP at the central government, because recently the opposition parties all come together, had written a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in connection with this particular case and also in connection with other issues, but mainly the liquor scam, where that had come after the arrest of Manish Sisodia. But then we are seeing that how this has been a massive face-off between the opposition parties and the BJP at the center, as they continue to claim that BJP has been misusing the central agencies. And now we see that just a day after Arun Ramchandar Pillai, and Hyderabad-based businessman, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, now ED has summoned K. Kavitha in connection with the liquor scam after her name was allegedly involved in this, and the South group which is mentioned in the liquor scam.
All right. Aneri, for the moment, thank you for joining us. So Aneri, of course, bringing us details of this questioning that will be taking place in the national capital and the reactions that we are getting from the BRS over this. Thank you, Aneri. And we continue to bring you the details of this breaking news story. So stay with us on the Morning Express.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ। आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ। जरूरी है आपकी हर बात का जवाब देना।
देखिए सर, ये देखिए सर, आप चल रहे हैं
आप तफ्तीश मत करो।
चलो ठीक है, जो बंद कर
एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण
सर, ठीक है।
Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Misa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू. आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट. कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग. सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani. The Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic businessmen.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Prime Minister Modi on Tuesday held a closed-door meeting with the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and his Council of Ministers at a guest house in Guwahati. The Prime Minister is scheduled to leave for Agartala from Guwahati this morning to attend the swearing-in ceremony of the Manik Saha-led BJP government in Tripura. Manik Saha will take oath as the Chief Minister of Tripura for the second consecutive term at the Swami Vivekanand Maidan in Agartala today. Prime Minister Modi, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP Chief JP Nadda will all be attending the swearing-in ceremony. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will be on a 3-day state visit to India from today to the 11th of March. Prime Minister Albanese will be accompanied by the Australian Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Don Farrell, the Minister for Resources in Northern Australia, Madeleine King, and other senior officials. You're watching Republic TV, and coming up next, Prime Minister will be visiting the Kamakhya temple today and later be attending Manik Saha's swearing-in ceremony.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था. वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज. हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल. देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसी हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर. मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया.
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ. आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ. जरूरी है आपकी हर बात का जवाब देना.
देखिए सर,
आप तफ्तीश मत करो.
चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, बंद कर दो.
एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण.
सर ठीक है.
Central Bureau of Investigation.
Now, Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan failed to appear before a court in Islamabad on Tuesday to answer charges in a graft case against him. The no-show was apparently a legal maneuver by the ex-premier to avoid arrest.
The Islamabad High Court suspended till March 13 the non-bailable arrest warrant against Imran Khan for his failure to appear before a court, here for the fourth time in the Toshakhana graft case. Imran Khan has alleged that the Toshakhana case was one of the many concocted cases filed against him by the Shehbaz Sharif government. Amidst facing arrest on the 28th of February, a PTI cavalcade in Islamabad was welcomed by a huge throng of Imran Khan supporters, showing the popular support the ex-PM still enjoys. Following this, a seemingly empowered Imran Khan has today declared launching an election campaign in Lahore. Earlier on 5th March, the police had gone to arrest him there, but he was missing. Imran Khan has denied disclosing the official gifts he took out of the Pakistan Toshakhana, saying that it could damage foreign relations with other countries. Meanwhile, Khan has been banned from TV. This tragic comedy is yet another bizarre episode unfolding in Pakistan, where governance and politics seem to be more of a joke than a serious profession. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And coming up next, the Prime Minister will be visiting the Kamakhya temple today and will later attend Manik Saha's swearing-in ceremony.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी, अच्छा, टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था. वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज. हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल. देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसी हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर. मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया.
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था? हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ. आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा? बताइए सर. ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ. जरूरी है का हर बात का जवाब देना? देखिए सर, ये देखिए सर, आप तफ्तीश मत करो.
चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो.
एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण
सर, ठीक है.
Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो.
सर इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम.
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी.
आपकी फौज में भी यही है. डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू. आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट. दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग. सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to keep the focus on Adani.
The headlines at 9 this morning. ED News tightens in Liquorgate. After Arun Pillai's arrest, BRS leader Kavitha summoned by the ED. Opposition unites for Sisodia. Stalin writes to Prime Minister, seeks Sisodia's release. Day 2 of Prime Minister's Northeast visit. It's a packed agenda for PM Modi. Manish Sisodia to take oath as Tripura Chief Minister today. Top BJP brass to be in attendance. Stay tuned as we get you the voices of women leading the way in celebration of International Women's Day. Hello and welcome to the day's first edition of Live and Breaking, as we bring you all the breaking news updates that we're tracking at this hour in top stories across India and the world. But first, I'd like to wish our viewers a very happy Holi, as well as all our women viewers best wishes on International Women's Day. Well, starting off with news that's breaking in the Liquorgate scam, which is exploding again. BRS leader Kavitha has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED has asked Kavitha to appear on the 10th of March before it in Delhi. ED wants apparently to confront her with Arun Ramachandra Pillai. And to take us through this breaking development and what it all means, as well as for the latest in this entire case, is Aneri with us.
Aneri, it's over to you. K. Kavitha now feels the ED's heat. She is to appear before it. A summons to this effect we hear. Tell us more.
That's right, Rukma. Now, the Enforcement Directorate have summoned the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter, who is also the BRS MLC, where K. Kavitha has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor scam. But also at the same time, it is being said that K. Kavitha would be questioned and confronted along with the Hyderabad-based businessman Arun Ramchandar Pillai, who was arrested yesterday by the ED in the national capital. And now we see that K. Kavitha has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with this particular liquor scam, which has been going on since a long time. But this is not the first time where K. Kavitha will be questioned. Earlier also, she was questioned in Hyderabad in the month of December. And now we see that K. Kavitha has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. She has to appear before the ED tomorrow in the national capital for the questioning. But also at the same time, Rukma, we have been seeing how there has been a face-off between the opposition and the central government, because recently also the opposition parties come all together, had written a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi over specifically after the arrest of Manish Sisodia. They had written a letter to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the misuse of central agencies. But then now we are seeing that how there has been a massive face-off, because we are seeing that a political party, especially when we talk about the BRS, they have been constantly saying this, that the BJP at the center is misusing the central agencies, and also at the same time the BJP leaders continue to state that if they have not done anything wrong, then why don't they just go and take part in the questioning? If everything is fine, then why don't they just do the inquiry and the questioning? But also at the same time, Rukma, we have been seeing that yesterday, Arun Ramchandar Pillai, who was arrested by the ED, in the remand copy also, he has given one statement which very clearly says that he had acted upon the instructions of K. Kavitha. The South Group is also once again mentioned in the Ramchandar Pillai's remand copy. So now we will have to wait and watch in connection with how the questioning for K. Kavitha would continue. And yesterday, we had seen the arrest of Ramchandar Pillai, and now tomorrow, K. Kavitha will be in for the questioning or not also remains to be seen. But yes, ED has issued a summons to K. Kavitha, the BRS leader and the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister.
Right. Aneri, also, when we talk about the political war of words that has erupted, the political face-off that has erupted now, are we seeing now another united opposition? That's what the reports seem to suggest, and this is led by KCR. Also, MK Stalin put in his strength behind Manish Sisodia.
Well, Rukma, definitely there has been an attempt to go national, to form a new front. There have been various attempts being made by KCR, and also, not to forget, MK Stalin had also recently made one of such sort of mega event which was held where many opposition leaders have come together. And also at the same time, we are seeing that how there has been an attempt which is being made by KCR. Recently, we had also held a mega public meeting where many leaders from the opposition parties had come together. But then we are seeing that how BRS, K. Chandrasekhar Rao plans to take it forward. They say that they will come up with a front to fight against BJP. But then also at the same time, we are seeing that opposition parties which are trying to form a front, will they be able to make it and fight it against the BJP also is a larger question. But then, and also, will the Congress party be a part of that third front or a new alliance which is being formed, there's an attempt to form, also remains to be seen. But then the BJP leaders continue to state that this attempt of forming a new front or coming all together will not work out for any of the opposition parties which they are trying to do. But now, when we talk about the liquor scam which has been exploding, K. Kavitha, and the new summons has been issued to K. Kavitha. She has been asked to appear before the ED tomorrow for the questioning in the national capital.
And so, Aneri, besides saying that it is a politically motivated move, the ED is summoning her, have there been no other reactions that have come in from them? Whether, how is she responding, to the summons? Is she likely to come to Delhi? And any other details from your sources there?
Well, Rukma, time and again when we happened to speak to K. Kavitha recently also, K. Kavitha had very clearly stated that as a citizen of India, she is ready to face the questioning, and she will also cooperate the questioning which will be done to her. But now when we talk about the liquor scam, there has been the opposition parties have been raising this question that the central government is misusing all these central agencies, especially when we talk about the BRS, which is the ruling government here in the state of Telangana. They have been definitely saying this, that why don't the central government at the BJP at the central government, why don't they come up with a proper inquiry into the Adani matter? And also they have been misusing the central agencies, and now we are seeing that how this has come at the time when Manish Sisodia was recently arrested in the liquor scam after he was called for questioning. And yesterday we had seen the Hyderabad-based businessman Arun Ramchandar Pillai, who was arrested yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate. And this comes just after Arun Ramchandar Pillai's arrest, and also the remand copy which mentions K. Kavitha's name, where we had Arun Ramchandar Pillai in, and one of the statement in the remand copy states that he had acted upon the instructions of K. Kavitha. Well, very important statement which had been mentioned in the remand copy of Arun Ramchandar Pillai. So now we'll have to wait and watch in connection with whether K. Kavitha will be attending the questioning or not in the national capital or not, remains to be seen. And also at the same time, what will be the next move from the government here also is a larger question now.
Right, Aneri, well, keep your eyes on that story. Many thanks for joining us there for now. Let's move on now to other top stories in this wrap that we have for you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Tuesday held a closed-door meeting with Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma and his Council of Ministers at a guest house in Guwahati. He chaired the cabinet meeting and took a direct review of several schemes in place in the state. The Prime Minister is scheduled to leave for Agartala from Guwahati today morning to attend the swearing-in of the Manik Saha-led BJP government in Tripura. Manik Saha to take oath as CM of Tripura for a second consecutive term at the Swami Vivekananda Maidan in Agartala today. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief JP Nadda to attend the swearing-in ceremony. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will be on a 3-day state visit to India from today to the 11th of March. Prime Minister Albanese will be accompanied by Australian Minister for Trade and Tourism Senator Don Farrell and Minister for Resources in Northern Australia Madeleine King and other senior officials and a high-level business delegation during the visit. On the occasion of International Women's Day, Union Home Minister Amit Shah takes to Twitter to pass on his wishes. Says India is proud of a resilient Nari Shakti. Adds that while women continue to build the nation with countless sacrifices, their individual stories of courage, grit and determination ignite minds with inspiration. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot targets the BJP, says some of its leaders were disrespecting widows of martyrs and using them to gain political mileage. This comes a day after relatives of 3 CRPF personnel were killed in the 2019 Pulwama terror attack, reached Congress leader Sachin Pailat's residence and demanded a meeting with the party high command, accusing the state government of not fulfilling promises made to them. Delhi court sends TMC leader Anubrata Mandal to ED custody till 10th of March in alleged case of cattle smuggling. TMC leader was arrested by the CBI for alleged involvement in cattle smuggling across the Bangladesh border. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin appeals to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to take all steps to direct the unconditional release of former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, lodged in Tihar jail over alleged irregularities in now scrapped Delhi excise policy, reminding that misuse of investigating agencies and constitutional offices, including that of the Governor's office, could never strengthen the vibrant democracy in India. Stalin said the day of Sisodia's arrest and terrorizing the due process of law will be remembered as a black day in the BJP's regime at the centre. Amid the few shifting of BJP functionaries to AIADMK, Tamil Nadu Bharatiya Janata Party chief Annamalai has said he believes this shows BJP's growth in Tamil Nadu, whereas AIADMK has hit back saying they are the reason for BJP MLA victory in 2021, where in the past they got votes less than Nota. A 33-year-old private bus driver allegedly thrashed by a group of people recently succumbed to his injuries in Kerala's Thrissur area. Police say they have identified 8 accused in the case so far. The incident took place on February 18th and a police complaint was filed on February 21st. The purported video of the alleged assault has been captured on CCTV in a nearby temple. The accused are on the run. FIR registered against Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's PA for allegedly threatening former Big Boss contestant and Congress leader Archana Gautam. Case registered against Sandeep Singh on complaint of Archana Gautam. As Republic celebrates woman power, we spoke exclusively to Major Bhavna Sial. Major Sial was commissioned into the Corps of Signals in 2012 and is deployed in eastern Ladakh. She talks of her journey with the Indian Army, the subsequent challenges, and how she overcame them. Listen it.
Major Bhavna Sial, thank you for speaking to Republic. Wishing you a very happy Women's Day first up. I want to talk to you about the age-old perception where they used to say that the army is meant only for men and not for women. That has been far struck down, and today women like you make us proud joining the forces. Really, how has the perception changed over the years?
The perception has definitely changed over the years, and I would like to tell you that in army, soldier is a gender neutral word. So even in my unit, when my commanding officer Colonel Ankush Goyal, whenever he give us a task, he will not see whether the task is being given to a women officer or a gentleman officer. He'll just give you the task, and he'll not differentiate between when he's giving you out the task. He will not say, okay, this the lady officer will not be able to do or anything of that sort. So he just gives the task, and we just work on it and get it completed.
Also, Major Bhavna Sial, you're right now speaking to us from Karu and Ladakh. Clearly not an easy sector to serve, and that anyone would understand. How challenging is it for you to serve in a sector like this? I will not demarcate saying that, it may be more difficult for a woman, but really, what are the challenges on the ground?
So, ma'am, we are taught everything during our basic training with respect to the harsh terrain conditions and the severe weather conditions as well. And there are standard operating procedures which we are given, and we just follow those guidelines, and we are able to overcome the challenges. And there is nothing unusual about the location or the appointment which our standard operating procedures does not cover.
So, what inspired you to join the army?
I'm a third generation officer. My father was from the Regiment of Artillery, and both my grandparents, they have also served in the army. So you can say, olive green runs in my blood. And as a kid, whenever I used to see my father's olive green uniform and the brass on his shoulder, I knew that very time I knew that I wanted to join the armed forces. And I personally could not think of any better profession which lets you serve the nation with so much of pride and honor.
Major Bhavna Sayal, I'd also like to tell all our viewers that you're the only woman officer who's been selected for Mission Peacekeeping Intelligence course at UNRSCE in Entebbe in Uganda. Tell our viewers what that responsibility has been like.
It was actually part of my UN mission. I was actually deployed in UNIFIL in Lebanon. So from there I was selected. I was the only women officer from India to be selected for the Mission Peacekeeping Intelligence course. And it was a very enriching experience because I got to learn how to accumulate data and how to then, compile that data and make intelligence out of it. So it was a good experience for me.
Before I let you go, I want you to speak to all the girls out there watching you who are inspired by you, who want to join the army as they grow up. What's your message to all the women today and those girls especially who aspire to be like you?
So for all those who want to join the armed forces, I have a question for them, not a message, and it is, do you have it in you? Armed forces is not only an opportunity, but it is also a challenge. So take the plunge if you really think you have it in you. And I personally think that if I can do it, so can you.
And to women by and large who come from different walks of life, may not have the same opportunities or the good luck really in terms of really striving to get there, but it is their mindset that helps them fight no matter what the obstacles are. As you are today that inspirational woman addressing all these women who are watching you, what do you want to say to them?
It's all about your mental makeup, determination and grit. So if you really believe that if you have selected a target, work towards it without thinking about anything else, and I'm sure that you will be able to achieve that goal.
I want to thank you so much for speaking to Republic, and once again wishing you a happy Women's Day.
Same to you. Thank you so much.
To Major Bhavna Sayal, whose heroic bravery we salute today on the occasion of International Women's Day, and many other women achievers like Major Bhavna Sayal have spoken to Republic. We have all the interviews lined up for you in the day ahead. Also, news and updates continue. Day 2 of the Prime Minister's Northeast visit, a packed agenda for PM Modi. Also coming up, Manik Saha to take oath as Tripura Chief Minister today. Top BJP brass to be in attendance.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government. And I said, no, on the contrary. I was very clear at that time. I said, on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing. The resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस। किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम सीईओ ऑफ 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी।
अच्छा।
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुखरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने एडीजी इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
And in other world news, the 6-month battle for the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut has been the longest and bloodiest fight of the war so far. The Ukrainian leadership has vowed again this week to keep defending the city, but some observers have warned that holding on to it could be too dangerous and costly. Ukraine's chief prosecutor announced his criminal investigation after a video circulating on social media appears to show the killing of a defenseless Ukrainian soldier by Russian troops. This 12-second video in question shows a man in Ukrainian army fatigue standing and smoking in a wooded area and directing words to people behind the camera when he is shot and killed. Dina Boluarte, president of Peru, appears before the Attorney General on Thursday to be questioned in a preliminary probe for genocide, murder and injuries by police against protesters, while demanding her resignation and the parliament's dissolution. And coming up in other news that we are keeping you updated on, opposition unites for Sisodia, Stalin writes to the Prime Minister seeking Sisodia's relief. Also, Manik Saha to take oath as Tripura Chief Minister, top BJP brass to be in attendance.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी आल्सो।
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स।
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग, सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
Up India.
A look at the headlines at 9:30 this morning. The ED news tightens in Liquorgate after Arun Pillai's arrest. The BRS leader K. Kavitha is summoned by the ED. The opposition unites for Manish Sisodia. Stalin writes to the Prime Minister, seeks his release. Day 2 of the Prime Minister's Northeast visit. It's a packed agenda for him. Manik Saha to take oath as the Tripura Chief Minister. Top brass of the BJP will be attending. And stay tuned as we get you the voices of women leading the way as we celebrate International Women's Day. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Straight off to news that's just coming in. We're now learning that the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has targeted the BJP, saying that some of its leaders are disrespecting widows of martyrs and using them to gain political mileage. Now, this comes a day after relatives of 3 CRPF personnel killed in the 2019 Pulwama terror attack reached the Congress leader Sachin Pilot's residence and demanded a meeting with the party high command, accusing the state government of not fulfilling promises made to them. The widows' demands include installing statues of martyrs, giving jobs to their relatives on compassionate grounds, and construction of roads in their villages. So pictures on your screen are of the forceful removal that was carried out by the Rajasthan police of these 3 widows of martyrs of CRPF Jawans who unfortunately lost their lives in the 2019 Pulwama terror attack. Gehlot, of course, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, has accused the BJP of essentially instigating these widows, saying that these widows are being used for political gain by the BJP. That's the accusation that has come in from Ashok Gehlot. So essentially targeting the BJP, saying some of its leaders are disrespecting widows of martyrs and using them to gain political mileage. Now, this of course comes a day after relatives of 3 CRPF personnel killed in the 19 Pulwama terror attack reached the Congress leader Sachin Pilot's residence and demanded a meeting with the party high command. Piyush Ori is joining us on the phone line for more on this. Piyush, Ashok Gehlot not wanting to take any blame for this, in fact saying that this is a political conspiracy of sorts that's been launched by the BJP.
So yes, good morning, Nupur, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. So yes, after a long gap, Ashok Gehlot finally asked his top minister to meet the widows of Pulwama martyrs to find a solution. But now Ashok Gehlot has also made a comment of this being a political witch hunt by the BJP to detain him, to malign his government. And this also comes at a time when Rajasthan is preparing itself for the coming assembly elections. So far, the widows of the martyrs have not been convinced by the assurances given by the Gehlot government, because very clear that they want a written assurance to be given to them, and they are also demanding that those police officials that had manhandled them should be suspended. So till the time these demands are not met, these widows have said that they are going to do their protest. Having said, Ashok Gehlot now has made an attempt to reach out to these widows and try to end which is between them and the government. Now it is going to be interesting to see from here on that what exactly is the action the government is going to take and whether the widow is going to end their protest. Back to you.
All right, Piyush, do stay with us. Let's go across to Shehzad Poonawalla from the BJP on the phone line. Mr. Poonawalla, morning. Mr. Poonawalla, Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, seems to suggest that this is a large political conspiracy that has been hatched by the BJP. He accuses the party of using these widows for political gain. How do you see this?
It's the most shameful and reprehensible comment that Mr. Gehlot can make. Mr. Gehlot should realize that the families of martyrs are not subjects of political bickering. They are our national pride, and we must all take care that they are given the due respect and their rights. The manner in which the police mistreated them, it was shown on all the cameras. The public showed the visuals. What is the instigation by the BJP required here? And secondly, Mr. Sachin Pilot, and last I checked, he is not in the BJP, went and said that this was a crime the way they were treated. Is he saying that Sachin Pilot is a BJP leader? You know, this guy, he may have his differences with his own party people, but he should not drag the families of the martyrs and insult them. This is not only insult, but insult and injury. This is after doing the insult, you spread namak on it, you spread acid on it, on the same wound, and you try to create more wounds. This kind of behavior by Mr. Gehlot is most unacceptable. But you see, it's not a sahyog. First, Pulwama is denied as a terror attack by Rahul Gandhi in United Kingdom. Then the Pulwama martyrs' family are ill-treated, and now Mr. Gehlot continues to be brazen despite the defense minister stepping in, despite other leaders saying that this is unacceptable behavior. There is a pattern to this. They want to humiliate our armed forces, and Mr. Gehlot is humiliating our armed forces. He's humiliating our veterans. He's humiliating the families of the armed forces by making this comment. Are the widows, are the families of Pulwama martyrs, they are so naive that some party will come and instigate them, they will get instigated. That means the rights are not genuine rights. I am shocked and appalled that on Women's Day, he is talking like this about the women who have sacrificed such an important member in their family for us. Instead of calling them Virangana, he is labeling them as people who are going to get instigated. It is most shameful, and it shows the mindset of the Congress. Sonia Gandhi should tell us, Priyanka Vadra should tell us, do they accept this kind of commentary from Mr. Gehlot?
Right, Mr. Poonawalla, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. So the BJP over there saying that this is shameful behavior coming in from the Rajasthan Chief Minister. We'll of course continue to track the story for our viewers. And here's a look at some sports news now that's coming in. The Delhi Capitals beat up the Warriors by 42 runs in their Women's Premier League match on Tuesday. DC posted 211 for 4 with the captain Meg Lanning top scoring with a 42-ball 70. India head coach Rahul Dravid was unapologetic about the spinner-friendly pitches being produced in the ongoing Border Gavaskar Trophy despite the criticism and poor rating the Indore pitch received by the ICC. Rahul Dravid defended the home team's defence of the 3 tracks in Nagpur, Delhi and Indore. Former opener Gautam Gambhir believes that Team India's KL Rahul is bound to be disappointed after losing his place in the playing 11 during the ongoing Border Gavaskar Trophy against New Zealand. The New Zealand batter Kane Williamson will join their squad late for the Test Series opener against Sri Lanka in Christchurch following the death of his grandmother Joan Williamson, or a former mayor of Taupo. Graham Potter enjoyed his finest night as Chelsea manager as they overcame a first-leg deficit against Borussia Dortmund to reach the Champions League quarter-finals. Kylian Mbappe says that his PSG future will not be decided by the outcome of their Champions League last 16 second leg against Bayern Munich. Bayern won the first leg 1-0 at Parc des Princes at Kingsley Coman scoring the only goal. UEFA announced on Tuesday that 19,618 Liverpool fans who had tickets for last year's chaotic Champions League final against Real Madrid in Paris are eligible for a refund. Large number of Red supporters were denied entrance to the Stade de France for last May's match, while some were sprayed with tear gas. Lionel Messi, who was part of PSG's defeat a couple of weeks ago, has admitted that beating Bayern in their own home is going to be a difficult task. Bayern Munich's coach Julian Nagelsmann wants his team to get at PSG in the Champions League. Kylian Mbappe wants to add more goals to his PSG scoring record. They will get their chance on Wednesday when Bayern tries to defend its 1-0 lead in the second leg of the round of 16. PSG coach Christophe Galtier faced the media ahead of his side's second leg match against Bayern Munich in the UEFA Champions League round of 16. He also said that they will be hampered by the absence of star player Neymar, who is out for the rest of the season with an ankle injury. Now, in Aligarh, a clash has broken out between two groups on the occasion of Holi. The BJP leader Subodh Switi also suffered injuries in these clashes. The video is now making rounds on social media and shows the clashes that took place in police presence. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from Aligarh, where clashes have broken out between two groups while playing Holi. It does appear that things got out of hand as people are celebrating Holi today in some parts of the country. Right now, pictures on your screen are of the police trying to intervene and sort this out amicably, but we are learning that this did get out of hand, and the BJP's Metropolitan Vice President Subodh Switi was injured in the flight, in the sort of a scuffle that took place in front of the police over there. All right, so pictures on your screen are of the scuffle that has taken place in Aligarh. We are given to understand that these were two groups, rival groups perhaps, that were enjoying the festivities of Holi, but things got out of hand, and there were some injuries also reported during this clash. The police had to intervene and take control of the situation. In fact, we are given to understand that another posse of policemen was brought in to sort of control the rowdy mobs over there. So two groups in a brawl over there. We are told that the BJP's Metropolitan VP also suffered injuries in this clash. Anuj is reporting on this from New Delhi. He joins us now. Anuj, give us more details, please.
Well, that's something what we have been told, that this is happening in Aligarh, and this is both sides. Both the sides, if we talk about the clashes, are said to be Hindu, and BJP Metropolitan Vice President Subodh Switi injured. The fight took place in front of SP City and ADM City. That's something what we have been told. On the other hand, let me also tell you that the SP City Kuldeep Singh stating that Gunawat is defending the middle in the case of assault. The video of the fight is becoming increasingly viral on social media, as we are seeing at this point in time. We are just waiting for the updates about exactly is going to happen next. But these are the clashes coming in light from the Aligarh. We are just waiting for more updates that what exactly is going to happen next. But the heavy deployment of police have been already done to control the situation. And as per the initial report, this is the clashes which happened between two groups, and we are just waiting for the update that what exactly is going to be the part of investigation. Whereas we have been told that police is already trying to control the situation, and the senior officials of Aligarh is already looking into the angle. Yes.
All right. Anuj, thank you very much for joining us. As Anuj is pointing out, things seem to have been brought under control right now. This is a brawl that broke out between two groups during celebrations of Holi. And coming up next, the ED's news titans in Liquorgate after Arun Pillai's arrest. BRS leader K. Kavitha is summoned. And it is day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to the Northeast, and it's a packed agenda for him today.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपसे दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ। आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ। जरूरी है का हर बात का जवाब देना? देखिए सर, ये नहीं, देखिए सर, हम आप तफ्तीश मत करो। चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो। एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण सर, ठीक है।
The Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है।
Welcome back. Now, a week into their training sessions at the core of military police, women Agniveers appear to be very resolute. Now, over the next 31 weeks, they will receive more training. The first batch, that is about 100 of them, began training on the 1st of March.
We are seeing the first batch of Agniveers who are being trained here in Bengaluru at the Military Police Academy, who are 100 in numbers as well, and going on and looking at all of them right here in front of us. It's definitely quite a proud moment for the entire nation, as all these 100 girls who have come out here are determined to go on, prove a point, and also to go on and serve the nation as well, with them stating that it has always been nation first, and they want to make sure that they want to contribute to the nation to make it a safer place to live in as well.
My name is Agniveer Renuka Kumari. I am from Rajasthan, Nagaur district. As my father was in Indian Army, he is an ex-serviceman. He motivates me a lot to join military. As I inspired from him, I was very much attracted by his qualities, such like punctuality, discipline, honesty, and all these. So these all factors matters me a lot to join military.
All these 100 women Agniveer which CMP Center and School has received, they have started their training from 1st March. These 100 women recruits who will be joining further, who will be part as Agnipath scheme, are 100 selected from Pan India. We had received approximately 2.4 lakh of applicants, out of which these 100 have been selected. So they are mentally strong, they are medically fit, they are physically fit. Now it is upon us, we have been entrusted a responsibility to convert these girls to trained soldiers. Now moving on to the training part. The Agniveers will be undergoing a training of 31 weeks.
The women Agniveer here at the Military Police Academy go through two types of training, the basic military training and advanced military training. And out here we are seeing that they are undergoing the weapons handling and training. And this is basically called as HAT, which means to state holding, aiming and trigger up as well, where all these women Agniveer cadets are clearly seen aiming at a target as well. And this comes in the advanced training section, where they hold the weapons, they aim, they mark up the shoot, and then they shoot at their target boards which are right there. And you can see that this is the first batch of women Agniveers who are definitely going on making us proud as well. And you can see that all of them are lined up and they are waiting to go on and mark up their target.
Experience is very so excitement, and this is like real heroes like feeling in this training, because I'm holding rifles in real life. And in before join Indian Army, she's movies in heroes like holding rifles, guns. तब तो हमें फील होता था कि भाई हम भी कभी होल्ड करें. तो अब हम जॉइन इंडियन आर्मी हमें हो गई है. तो हम जब ट्रेनिंग करते हैं तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट होता है कि भाई हमने भी एक आई एम लाइक ए रियल हीरोज़.
The recruits are going on disassembling the INSA's rifle according to the instructions of their instructor now, where they have removed where they have removed the cartridge, they have removed the magazine, they have removed this spring mechanism as well. And finally now we are looking at a few of them stating that they have finished disassembling it, and now they are again assembling this particular rifle here. So you can quickly look at how quickly they are doing. We're also having Lance Nayak Sonia Lashram there, who is the first women Agniveer who passed out, and also interacting with all these women cadets there, helping them go about and assemble their INSA's rifles as well.
The primary focus will be on physical conditioning, weapon training, handling all sort of small arms, the provost training and signal training, which is peculiar to the military police, and various operational aspects. During your interaction, you would have seen the batch which has undergone 10 weeks training and batch which has just joined. They are nearly transformed. So this woman Agniveer will be trained fully, and they will be ready to join the field units in a matter of 31 weeks.
You are watching Republic TV. Time for a very short break. On the other side, more news coming your way, including the opposition unites for Manish Sisodia. Stalin writes a letter to the Prime Minister, seeks his release. And Manik Saha will be taking oath as Tripura's Chief Minister today.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Nayak Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ है?
सर बहुत टफ था. वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज. हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल. देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 hour. और हमारी टांगें ऐसे हिल रही होती थी एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर। मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं।
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ। आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ। जरूरी है हर बात का जवाब देना।
देखिए सर, ये देखिए सर, हम आप
तफ्तीश मत करो।
चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो।
एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण रखो
सर, ठीक है।
Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर इट्स अ पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम,
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स।
बिल्कुल
जी,
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen. And we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस। किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम
Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. First up, the headlines at 10 o'clock this morning. The ED's nose tightens in Liquorgate after Arun Pillai's arrest. BRS leader K. Kavitha is summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The opposition unites for Manish Sisodia. Stalin writes to the Prime Minister, seeks his release. It is day 2 of the Prime Minister's Northeast visit, and it's a packed agenda for him today. Manik Saha will take oath as Tripura's Chief Minister. Top BJP leaders will be attending the event. And stay tuned as we get you the voices of women leading the way as we celebrate International Women's Day. Well, the big story that we are tracking this morning, of course, is the BRS leader K. Kavitha being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Now she's been asked to appear before the ED on the 9th of March. The ED, we are told, wants to confront her with Arun Ramachandra Pillai, who was earlier arrested by the CBI in this case. Now, do remember that the ED already has lodged a case against K. Kavitha. In fact, in its charge sheet, it has accused K. Kavitha of holding about 65% stake in Indo Spirits, which is a liquor company, which was allegedly involved in the liquor scam as well. Aneri is joining us right now on the broadcast. She has more details on this. Aneri, give us a sense of how K. Kavitha and the BRS have reacted to this. Of course, you know, whatever we've heard from them so far, they seem to suggest that this is yet another political conspiracy.
That's right, Nupur. They have been saying, the BRS leaders have been saying that it's a political conspiracy, and also at the same time, when we talk about the liquor scam being exploding day by day, well, this comes after the arrest of Arun Ramachandra Pillai, where we had seen that Arun Ramachandra Pillai was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday in the national capital, and now we are seeing that the Enforcement Directorate have issued summons to K. Kavitha, who is the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and also the BRS MLC in connection with the liquor scam. She's asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow, and also at the same time now what we are seeing is that how there has been a massive political face-off, because just after the arrest of Arun Ramachandra Pillai, the Hyderabad-based businessman, where in his remand copy it is also mentioned that he had acted upon the instructions of K. Kavitha in connection with the transfer of amount. And also, Nupur, not to forget, K. Kavitha is not the first time she is being questioned. Earlier also, back then in the month of December 2022, she was questioned in connection with the liquor scam, and now we are seeing that Enforcement Directorate have once again issued a summons to K. Kavitha in connection with the liquor scam, which comes just days after the arrest of Manish Sisodia and also Arun Ramachandra Pillai. So now we'll have to wait and watch in connection with how the questioning will take place, because what our sources are being confirmed, sources have confirmed to us is that the Enforcement Directorate wants to confront K. Kavitha along with Arun Ramachandra Pillai, and that is why she has been summoned. Today she has been issued summons, but tomorrow she has to appear in the national capital at the ED office for the questioning. So we'll have to wait and watch whether K. Kavitha will go ahead for the questioning, because time and again, when we also happened to speak to K. Kavitha, she had very clearly stated that as she is a citizen of India and as a responsible citizen, she will cooperate with the questioning in this particular matter. So now we'll have to wait and watch in regard with how this questioning goes on, because it is very important, because this is not the first time that K. Kavitha's name is being mentioned. Earlier also, K. Kavitha's name was mentioned, and also the South Group, which is one of the important things in this whole liquor scam. The South Group, where we are seeing that whole of this transfer of money and all of companies which are being mentioned in the liquor scam is very important. So definitely now we'll have to wait and watch in connection with how the questioning for K. Kavitha will go ahead. But yes, definitely the political face-off between the BJP and the BRS continues.
All right, Aneri bringing us all those details from Hyderabad. Thank you for the moment. As Aneri is pointing out, so far, of course, the BRS says that this is a political conspiracy. A 33-year-old private bus driver who was allegedly thrashed by a group of people has succumbed to his injuries in Kerala's Thrissur area. The police have said that they have identified at least 8 people in the case so far. We are told that the incident took place on the 18th of February and a police complaint was filed on the 21st. According to the police, the deceased has been identified as Sahar. And the video of the alleged assault has been captured on CCTV in a nearby temple. According to the CCTV footage, Sahar was seen coming out of a female friend's house at night and was then questioned by a group of people. Reports said that Sahar's health worsened after he was thrashed by this group of people. So there you can see it on your television screens that this man is dragged by these 8 people, and apparently they beat him up, and unfortunately he succumbed to his injuries. Ashwin is joining us on the broadcast. He has more details on this. Morning, Ashwin. Tell us more of the incident. We are also learning now that the police have identified these assaulters, but have they been apprehended yet?
Well, Nupur, unfortunately, the 8 men who the police is tracking, who believed to be the accused in this case, who has done this lynching of the 32-year-old Sahar, has not been caught so far. They're absconding. The police, the Cherpu police, is on the lookout for these 8 people who have attacked Sahar on 18th of last month. However, he has succumbed to his injuries only yesterday. There has been a case that has already been registered. The police is definitely on the lookout. The CCTV footage is proved to be very crucial to identify all the suspects in this case. But this case has definitely have more questions that has been raised, especially by the civil society, considering the fact that this man was found late in the night, and it was also been alleged that there is some kind of a moral policing that was involved, and that is the reason for the entire fight to take place. That is also one of the reasons why, when he was attacked, while he was even the police had come to question him, the deceased had in fact not given the right information to the police also, fearing that there could be some kind of a backlash because he was found late night. And there were some allegations that were made. He had come to meet a certain married woman. But all this is being proved by the police right now. But most important fact is that the police is yet to apprehend the 8 accused in this case who are absconding at the moment. Nupur.
All right, Ashwin, bringing us those details from Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you very much for joining us. So as Ashwin is pointing out, it appears to be a case of moral policing that could have gone horribly wrong. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In the latest update on the liquor scam, the ED has summoned BRS leader K. Kavitha to appear before it for questioning on the 9th of March. The ED is likely to confront the BRS leader with Arun Ramachandra Pillai. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has extended his wishes to the country on Holi. In his message, the Congress President hoped that people, as responsible citizens, break the barriers that may divide them and fight for a united India. Manik Saha is to take oath as the Chief Minister of Tripura for the 2nd consecutive term at Swami Vivekanand Maidan in Agartala today. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP Chief JP Nadda will be attending the swearing-in ceremony. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will be on a 3-day visit to India from today to the 11th of March. Prime Minister Albanese will be accompanied by the Australia Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Don Farrell, and the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia, Madeleine King, and other senior officials and a high-level business delegation as well. Rajasthan's Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has targeted the BJP, saying that some of its leaders are disrespecting widows and martyrs and using them for political mileage. This comes a day after relatives of 3 CRPF personnel killed in the 2019 Pulwama terror attack reached the Congress leader Sachin Pilot's residence and demanded a meeting with the party high command, accusing the state government of not fulfilling their promises. A Delhi court has sent TMC leader Anubrata Mondal to ED custody till the 10th of March in an alleged case of cattle smuggling. The TMC leader was arrested by the CBI for his alleged involvement in cattle smuggling across Bangladesh. Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has appealed to the Prime Minister to take all steps to direct unconditional release of the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, lodged in Tihar jail over alleged irregularities in the now scrapped Delhi excise policy. reminding that misuse of investigative agencies and constitutional offices, including that of the Governor's office, could never strengthen the vibrant democracy in India. Stalin said that the day of Sisodia's arrest and terrorizing the due process of law will be remembered as a black day in the BJP's regime at the centre. Amid the shifting of BJP functionaries to the AIADMK, Tamil Nadu's BJP chief Annamalai has said that he believes this shows the BJP's growth in Tamil Nadu, whereas AIADMK has hit back saying that they are the reason for the BJP MLA's victory in 2021, where in the past they got votes less than Nota. A 33-year-old private bus driver who was allegedly thrashed by a group of people recently succumbed to his injuries in Kerala's Thrissur area. Police said that they have identified the 8 accused, however, they've not been apprehended. The incident took place on the 18th of February and a police complaint was filed on the 21st. An FIR has been registered against Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's PA for allegedly threatening the former Bigg Boss contestant and Congress leader Archana Gautam. A case has been registered against Sandeep Singh on the complaint of Archana Gautam. Now, as the country celebrates women power, we spoke exclusively to Major Beena Tiwari. Major Tiwari was a part of Operation Dost, and she was part of the team that won hearts of Turkish nationals that were reeling from a devastating earthquake that claimed over thousands of lives.
Major Beena Tiwari, thank you for speaking to Republic and wishing you a very happy Women's Day. I firstly want to know from you what inspired you to join the army and how has your journey been so far?
Actually, from my family, I have grown up in a Fauji environment, I'll say. So I'm a third generation Fauji. My grandfather, he served in army as a Subedar. He got his retirement as a Subedar, and then my father joined army and he got his retirement as Subedar Major. So like from growing up only, I was growing up in the Fauji environment and the army environment. So that's what motivated me to join Indian Army. And moreover, my father was a drill instructor in Indian Military Academy. So I've attended so many passing out parades and seeing all the cadets, young cadets turning into officers and their proud parents. So that moment, that particular moment, I've always wanted to have that moment in my life too. And I never thought any other profession suitable for me other than army. So yeah, it was from the family only.
Considering you had these ambitions all along and your family was also very supportive, but did you ever hear on the outside that tum ladki ho, you can't join the forces? I mean, earlier the perception was very different, now it is different. Did you ever feel that change?
Actually, never, I think, because I've grown up in an army environment. I've studied in an army school and I did my graduation from army school. So I never heard anybody gender biasing the profession, army profession. But yes, while I was like while I was volunteering for a para probation, while I wanted to be a paratrooper, that moment a few people did said that I think you should not go for the probation, or you should not jump from the aircraft, because it will have if you ever get injured, then it will have bad effects on your future life as you are a young girl. So that way, but never for army. But for becoming a paratrooper, somebody did pull my leg back. But at the end of the day, I am a paratrooper. I am in army. So there were more people who were supporting me and very less people, I'll say. I don't even remember if there were any who pulled me back from choosing this profession.
I was saying that earlier there were a lot of biases regarding certain professions that women could not be a part of. But today that falls completely flat because women are out there everywhere, rather superseding and defeating men in so many ways. How would you define today's woman and how she portrays womanhood?
Women have always been capable of doing what men are capable of doing. So, but like previously there was some restriction and so they were not able to show it. Now it has been proved by many of us, like almost all the women, that when given the opportunity, they will excel wherever they will work. So I think it is very inspiring for all the budding generation, and I feel very great that I'm a part of this society where they have allowed women to excel in wherever field, and they have given the opportunity for women to work freely and to get higher educations and all.
And Major Veena Tiwari, what is your message to all those young girls who are watching you today, want to be a part of the army when they grow up?
Yes. So for all the girls who think Army is a good profession for them, I will say that Army is a great organization to work with. And if you want a life full of adventure, and if you want to travel, you want to meet new people, then Army is a good option. But you should always keep this thing in your mind that challenges are there that you will have to face. So you should always prepare yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally to face those challenges that Army life will bring. But other than that, it is a great organization to work with. And if you are aiming to be a part of this organization, then just go for it.
Major Veena Tiwari, I want to thank you for speaking to the Republic this afternoon, and once again wishing you a very happy Women's Day.
Now, the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has targeted the BJP, saying some of its leaders were disrespecting widows of martyrs and using them for political gain. Now, this comes a day after relatives of 3 CRPF personnel killed in the 2019 Pulwama terror attack reached the Congress leader Sachin Pilot's residence and demanded a meeting with the party high command, accusing the state government of not fulfilling promises made to them. Now, the widows' demands include installing statues of martyrs, giving jobs to their relatives on compassionate grounds, and construction of roads in their villages. Now, in his statement, Ashok Gehlot has said that the widow of Hemraj Meena, who was martyred in the attack, wants a third statue to be installed, despite 2 others already being put up at the Government College in Sangod and one at a park in Vinod Kalan, which is his native village. The Chief Minister, making a statement in Hindi, said that such a demand is not appropriate, keeping in view other martyrs of families. Now, the Chief Minister went on to say that the wife of Rohitash Lamba is seeking a job for her brother-in-law on compassionate grounds, but if a job is given to him, the family members or relatives of all other widows of martyrs might start putting undue pressure on them. So he then goes on to say, and I'm quoting what the Chief Minister said, he said, should we create such a difficult situation in front of the wives of martyrs, because the rules made at present have been made on the basis of past experiences? How can it be justified to deny the rights of children of other martyrs and give jobs to other relatives? What will happen to the children of martyrs when they become adults? So that is the statement that has come in from Ashok Gehlot, going on to say that he has also shared his thoughts on this issue with the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and the Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge. So the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot over there saying that the BJP is behind this, going on also to say that the BJP is actually behind this because they want to gain political mileage out of it. This, of course, comes a day after relatives of 3 CRPF personnel killed in the 2019 Pulwama terror attack reached the Congress leader Sachin Pilot's residence and demanded a meeting with the party high command. Piyush Ori is reporting on this. He now joins me on the phone line. Now, Piyush, give us more details of Ashok Gehlot's statement. On the one hand, he says that he believes that the demands of these widows are unreasonable. On the other hand, he also says that he sees a BJP plot behind this. Piyush, can you hear us? All right, I don't think we've got Piyush on the phone line with us, but we'll try and get him back in just a bit. But do remember that there was a huge row over the fact that these martyrs' wives were assaulted by the police. The police, of course, were trying to remove them from their protesting sign from the area where these protests were seen. I think we've got Piyush back with us. Now, Piyush, give us more details of what the Chief Minister of Rajasthan is saying. Now, interestingly, on the one hand, he says that this is a conspiracy from the BJP side. On the other hand, he says that these martyrs' demand, the widows' demands essentially are unreasonable.
So yes, Nupur, there are two important points which you just raised, and let me just delve into these points one by one. First, yesterday, that is on 7th, the Ashok Gehlot government finally woke up and it sent two of its top ministers, namely Pratap Singh and Shakuntala Rawat, to meet these protesters and ask them to end their protest. In fact, in the evening, even the Rajasthan Police Commissioner went to these protesters and had a word with them to end their protest. However, the widows of these three CRPF martyrs are very clear in their mind that till the time they're not going to be given written assurance, and also till the time there is going to be no action taken on the police officials that had manhandled them, they are not going to end their protest. Now, after 8 days following this protest by these three widows, the Rajasthan Chief Minister has also come out and spoken and mentioned that this is all a ploy, a political motive by the BJP to defame his government. Now, this is also important in the context of assembly elections that is going to be held in Rajasthan in the upcoming months. So it is now going to be interesting to see from here on that what stand is the Rajasthan government going to take. Are they going to try to back the demands of these three CRPF widows, which is legitimate and which is rightfully theirs, or they're now going to make it a political ploy? They're going to become more aggressive, and there is going to be a political slugfest between the BJP and Congress in Rajasthan, but in which these three CRPF martyrs are going to be the main key. So it is all going to be interesting to see from here on that what exactly is going to be the development in this entire case. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much for joining us, Piyush, with those details. So Piyush Ori bringing us details of what's happening in Rajasthan in terms of the demands that have been made by the widows of these martyrs. Now, authorities in the US state of Massachusetts have arrested a man after he tried to open an emergency exit door of his United Airlines flight while the plane was in mid-air. Take a look at this report to know what transpired.
Panic gripped a cross-country flight from Los Angeles to Boston. This after a Massachusetts man tried to open an airline's emergency door. He then allegedly tried to stab a flight attendant in the neck with a broken metal spoon. The crew told the captain that the man was a threat, and the plane should be landed as soon as possible.
Put up your hands and say, "Don't kill me then," or "Don't approach me because I'm Bulbasaur." As renamed by God Bulbasaur, since I'm taking over this plane. Dude, I'm telling you right now.
The accused was arrested when the plane arrived in Boston. He was charged with interference and attempted interference with flight crew members and attendants using a dangerous weapon. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are with Republic TV, and we slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more news in terms of the Prime Minister's visit to the Northeast. We'll get you details. And Manik Saha will be taking oath as Tripura's Chief Minister. The BJP's top brass will also be there.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस. किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम सीओ ऑफ 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी.
अच्छा.
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट, एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने एडीजी इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा. एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not in fact diplomatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था. वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज. हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल. देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसी हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर. मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया.
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ. आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ. जरूरी का हर बात का जवाब देना.
देखिए सर, ये देखिए सर, हम आप तफ्तीश मत करो. चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो. एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण सर, ठीक है.
Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो.
सर इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम.
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी.
आपकी फौज में भी यही है. डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू. आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट. दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग. सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has liftards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Rukma with you. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the start. ED news tightens in Liquorgate after Arun Pillai arrest. BRS leader Kavitha summoned. by the Enforcement Directorate. Opposition unites for Sisodia. Stalin writes to the Prime Minister, seeks Sisodia's release. It's day 2 of the Prime Minister's Northeast visit, a packed agenda for PM Modi today. Manik Saha to take oath as Tripura Chief Minister, top BJP brass to be in attendance. Cops assault Pulwama widows, but Chief Minister Gehlot in denial. He now blames the BJP. Stay tuned as we get you voices of women leading the way as in celebration of International Women's Day. And breaking news coming in now as Liquorgate explodes. We are getting in Kavitha's reaction to the ED summons. She said in a statement, and I quote, "Have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear on the 9th of March in New Delhi. As a law-abiding citizen, I will fully cooperate with the investigative agencies. However, due to the dharma and prefixed appointments, I will seek legal opinion on the date of attending it." This comes after the BRS leader was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate and asked to appear before it on the 9th of March in New Delhi. The ED wants to confront her with Arun Ramchandra Pillai. So this is the latest in Liquorgate. Kavitha responds in a statement that I've just quoted. It's her first statement on the ED summons. She says that she will cooperate fully. However, the date on which she will be able to attend is yet to be decided. She will be seeking proper legal advice, she has said in her statement, before she takes a decision on that. Kavitha is her summons comes just Aneri joining my colleague joining me for more on this. Aneri, if you could take our viewers through the statement that we are getting from Kavitha regarding her appearance before the ED. She says she will seek legal advice before she decides on a particular date. Tell us more.
Well, that's right, Rukma. We have been seeing how just a day after Arun Ramchandra Pillai, who is a Hyderabad-based businessman who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday in the national capital, now we see that the Enforcement Directorate have issued summons to Kavitha for questioning tomorrow in the national capital in connection with the liquor scam. But now we have just gotten a statement coming in from Kavitha where she states that she would be looking into further legal opinions in connection with to seek another date, as she already is having a planned dharna and also a few other appointments, and that is the reason why she is saying that she would look into further legal opinion to seek another date. But also she had further stated that as a law-abiding citizen, I will fully cooperate with the investigating agencies. However, due to the dharna and prefixed appointments, I will seek legal opinion on the dates of attending it. And also Rukma, she has further went on to state that I would also like the ruling party at the center to know that these tactics to intimidate against the fight and the voice of our leader CM KCR and against the entire BRS party will not deter us. Under the leadership of KCR, we will continue to fight to expose your failures and raise your voice for a brighter and a better future of India. Well, this is the statement coming in from Kavitha, where she had planned and protest a protest in the national capital on 10th of March against demanding that the central government should come up with women reservation bill, and that is the reason why we are seeing that K. Kavitha has now come up with a statement saying that in the light of these events, I have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before them on the 9th of March in New Delhi. But as a law-abiding citizen, I will definitely cooperate with all of
now
these.
We are getting, I have with me Khalikur Rahman of the BRS on the phone line. Mr. Rahman, many thanks for speaking with Republic. We are talking about the statement. We are just hearing that K. Kavitha has said, she will be seeking legal advice. Meanwhile, the BRS has continued to maintain that Liquorgate and the investigations being carried out and the summons being issued, the taking into custody of various individuals, Manish Sisodia and others, well, that is political vendetta. We'd like you to elaborate on this stand. Why are you referring to all this as being politically motivated?
If you look at this case from the beginning, this is very clear. And this is, in fact, the modus operandi of the BJP. And even much before the CBI or the ED started saying about this or going ahead in this case, it was the BJP leaders who started making all kind of accusations. And even the BJP leaders had even gone to the extent saying that Mrs. Kavitha would be arrested. So I think the entire case seemed to be moving as per the directions of the BJP, just in order to harass and in order to keep the opposition leaders' morals down. And it is very clear that Mrs. Kavitha, in fact, has already given everything to CBI when she was questioned here in Hyderabad, and then when she had planned a protest on the women's reservation bill in Delhi, and just before that, she being summoned is a clear indication that the central government is scared, and she doesn't want. The central government does not want any opposition leader to raise any kind of voice. And this is a complete selective targetism, I would say. When it comes to the BJP leaders, there are so many leaders, in fact, like I would like to mention about the Assam Chief Minister, Hemanta Biswa Ji. He, in fact, is involved in bribery cases, and he has got so many bribery cases against him. But the moment he joined BJP, he is come absolutely clean, something like that, because there is no investigation after that. Everything is seemed to be quite okay with this, government of India. And there's nothing like this Southgate, which we have been hearing even on your TV channels, even from the agencies, and the involvement of Mr. K. Kavitha, which is being said here, it is only an accusation which, in fact, has to be proved in the court of law. Simply if someone says that someone is involved, just on the basis of someone saying, will not make any person accused in any case. So it has to be clearly understood that this is a clear indication that there is a conspiracy which is hatched to make sure that the opposition voice is curbed and opposition is kept always under harassment, and there is no democracy here. India is becoming a banana republic in the sense that there is complete autocracy here. It is the government is acting in a complete autocratic manner. So this, in fact, is, and moreover, this and another factor which I would like to highlight, that whichever state is going to the election, this kind of initiative by the agencies at the behest of the central government, at the behest of the BJP party, is being seen just in order to make sure that the leaders' morale gets down. But the BJP has to understand one thing very clearly, because Telangana is one state where BJP, in fact, has been trying, but the people of Telangana will, teach them the lesson.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Right, so Mr. Rahman, many thanks for speaking with Republic. Joining me now on the phone line is Savio Rodrigues of the BJP. Mr. Rodrigues, we were just listening in to Khalikur Rahman of the BRS. The BRS continuing to maintain that it's all politically motivated. But we'd like to refer to your comments on the statement given by K. Kavitha. While she has said that she will be appearing, she will be cooperating fully, and she has prefix appointments, will seek legal action. After that, she will be deciding on a date. Your response to this latest development, considering, that there is a strong opposition, a kind of opposition unity we are seeing that's developing against investigative agencies who are investigating various scams, whether it's the Land for Jobs scam or it is the Liquorgate scam.
One of the most important things we need to understand is that investigative agencies in India are doing their job as far as investigations are concerned. It is natural for the opposition party to cry wolf and to complain about the fact that this is vendetta politics. As this gentleman earlier, Mr. Rahman, said, that the people of Telangana will teach BJP a lesson. This is not about teaching BJP a lesson. It's about an investigation that's been conducted by a competent agency that have found certain links for which the Kavitha has been called for questioning. It is good on her part that she decided to cooperate. But while cooperating, if the other political leaders from her party want to cry wolf around the entire investigation, you are not only bringing disrepute to the investigative agency, but you are also raising doubts in the minds of the people that maybe the TRS itself is involved in some level of corruption. That's why they're crying wolf. So allow for the investigative agency to continue with its investigation. If they're guilty, they will be punished. If they are not guilty, they will get an upper hand as far as allegations are leveled against them. So this vendetta politics that everybody keeps crying about is actually rather a very bad strategy on part of the opposition. In fact, the opposition should welcome any investigations that are coming to them and cooperate with the agencies. If they are innocent, they'll come out. If they are guilty, then the whole world is there to see about their guilt. So it's the same drama that has been done by UP. And if you see the commonality on the opposition coming together are all those people who have got some criminal or corruption cases against them that are being investigated by the investigative agencies. And that's what's creating dissent in most of them and an uneasiness. And that's why they're targeting the investigative agencies.
Right, sir. Savio Rodrigues of the BJP there expressing his thoughts. Many thanks for sharing your thoughts, Savio. Joining me now is Aneri once again. Aneri, well, you just heard the response of various political leaders to that. The BRS, is continuing with the narrative and the refrain that it's all political vendetta, all politically motivated. And in fact, the entire opposition saying this, various groups of the opposition rather saying this about whether it's the Land for Jobs scam or it is even Liquorgate. So what is the kind of response on the ground there? Are the people getting more and more aware of the kind of, corruption? How have these allegations had an impact on the image that the BRS has in Telangana?
Well, Rukma, we have been seeing that since the time K. Kavitha's name is being mentioned in the liquor scam, we have been seeing how there has been a face-off. The BRS here in the state of Telangana have been, not only once, but time and again, they have been putting it on the central government that they are misusing the powers and they are misusing the central agencies just because there are elections here in the state of Telangana in this year end, and everyone knows that just because before the elections, central government, ED and IT CBI will be coming here, and that is why we are ready to welcome them. But however, now this at the time when we talk about the liquor scam, which is now exploding, just day after Arun Ramchandar Pillai, the Hyderabad-based businessman who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor scam, well, very clearly in his remand copy yesterday had very clearly stated that he had acted upon the instructions of K. Kavitha, and now this comes just after the summons to K. Kavitha comes just after the arrest of Ramchandar Pillai. So that is why the Enforcement Directorate was planning. Sources had told us that Enforcement Directorate wanted to confront K. Kavitha along with Arun Ramchandar Pillai, and that is the reason why she has been summoned. But now, after all of this, we are seeing that there is a statement which has come in from K. Kavitha, who is the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter, where she very clearly states that she will cooperate with the agencies, but also as she has few appointments prefixed, she will look into a legal opinion and fix a date.
Right, so Liquorgate exploding. Aneri reporting there from Hyderabad. We're getting you all the voices available right now, willing to speak right now, even as the BRS continues to cry foul, says it is all politically motivated. K. Kavitha's first statement coming in reaction to the ED summons. You're watching Republic TV. More news coming up after a very short break. Manik Saha to take oath as Tripura Chief Minister today. Top BJP brass to be in attendance. Also, cops assault Pulwama widows, but Chief Minister Gehlot in denial. He now blames the BJP.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी, अच्छा, टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट, एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over.
And more breaking news coming in right now in the run-up to the Karnataka elections that are just around the corner. BJP Parliamentary Board member B.S. Yedurappa has said that 4 to 6 sitting MLAs of the party will not be fielded in the upcoming assembly elections. The former Chief Minister also said the party would release the list of candidates as soon as possible. Except for 4 to 6 sitting MLAs, all others will be fielded in the polls. His statements come at a time when discussions are on within the party leadership to change around 20% of the sitting MLAs in the next election. Yediyurappa has also announced that he will not be seeking re-election in the upcoming polls. Let's listen in.
ಸೀಟ್ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಸಂಭವ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಯಾರು? ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಶಾಸನ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರಾಗಬಹುದು. ಈಗ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
And joining me now is my colleague Prajwal, who's there on the ground. A big breaking story, Prajwal. It's a pre-election announcement that could prove to be very significant, as all eyes are on Karnataka now, with the state going to polls in just a while. It's over to you to take our viewers through this mega announcement made by Lingayat strongman B.S. Yediyurappa.
Yes, Rukma. Now, if you're looking at how B.S. Yediyurappa is taking to the polls in the state of Karnataka, we know that he's also a member of the Parliamentary Board Committee as well. And somewhere now, the state high command of the BJP are also in sync with what B.S. Yediyurappa has stated, going on and making these statements that 4 to 6 MLAs will not be given. And now, looking at even the age groups as well, the BJP had made it very clear that the prominence will be on youngsters this time around, and youngsters will be fielded from all the constituencies in Karnataka, and this is something which B.S. Yediyurappa has stated. But apart from this as well, there is another important statement which is coming from him, stating that yes, they will be going for elections under the leadership of Basavaraj Bommai, but the party will go on and take a final call as to who will be the chief minister after they win in the upcoming elections. So he's optimistic, but at the same point of time he is hinting otherwise, stating that the party will also look beyond Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai as well. So these are some interesting developments which is happening within the BJP party, and these statements were made by B.S. Yediyurappa in Kalburgi, where he was addressing a gathering at the Vijay Sankalpa Yatra as a part of the Booth Abhiyan as well, which is being carried out across all the 224 assembly constituencies now. And Prahlad Joshi as well spoke about this and stated that yes, Yediyurappa would definitely be knowing all this news because he is a member of the Parliamentary Board Committee as well. So somewhere the entire state leaders of the BJP agreeing with what the BJP strongman has stated here, Rukma.
Well, many thanks, Prajwal, for bringing us up to speed on that. So it's a major announcement ahead of the Karnataka elections. B.S. Yediyurappa making that announcement that around 4 to 6 sitting MLAs will not be fielded. Prajwal to bring us all the updates on that. Many thanks, Prajwal. Time now for a short break. Coming up on the other side, opposition unites for Sisodia. Stalin writes to the Prime Minister, seeks Sisodia's release.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो.
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम.
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स.
बिल्कुल जी. आपकी फौज में भी यही है. डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू. आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट. दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग. सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen. And we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance.
Georgian authorities in Tbilisi detained dozens of protesters. This following clashes with police during a demonstration. The protest was against a proposed law accused of targeting press freedom. Police were seen using tear gas and water cannon outside government buildings against protesters. Thousands of people have been massing for days to protest the proposed law. A police statement said several law enforcement officers along with protesters were injured. While Georgia's president has said she would veto the bill, its authors say the bill is needed for the transparency of the work of entities financed by representatives of foreign states. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And coming up next, Manik Saha to take oath as Tripura Chief Minister today. Top BJP brass to be in attendance.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपसे दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था? हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ। आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा? बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ। जरूरी है आप हर बात पर जवाब देना।
देखिए सर, ये नहीं, देखिए सर, आप
तफ्तीश मत करो।
चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर, बंद कर।
एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण
सर, ठीक है।
Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी आल्सो।
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट। दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani. The Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen. And we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस. किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी.
अच्छा.
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुखरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था. वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था.
Top headlines right now. ED news tightens in Liquorgate after Arun Pillai's arrest. BRS leader Kavitha summoned by the ED. Opposition unites for Sisodia. Stalin writes to Prime Minister, seeks Sisodia's release. Day 2 of Prime Minister's Northeast visit. It's a packed agenda for Prime Minister. Manish Sisodia to take oath as Tripura Chief Minister. Top BJP brass to be in attendance. Cops assault Pulwama widows, but Chief Minister Gehlot in denial. He now blames the BJP. And stay tuned as we get you the voices of women leading the way as we celebrate International Women's Day. Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest on India's #1 news network, Republic TV. Let's start off with a breaking update coming in at this point of time. After Sisodia was sent to judicial custody, Aam Aadmi Party has now made a big claim saying that Sisodia is being kept with hardened criminals in Tihar. Well, that's the big news coming in right now, where we are learning that the Aam Aadmi Party making a very, very big claim. They're saying that Sisodia is being kept with hardened criminals in Tihar. Well, that's the big breaking we're getting for you right now here on Republic TV. Remember that Sisodia is right now in custody and he is being interrogated by the CBI in Liquorgate.
He will be produced later this month in court once again. But right now we're getting some claims which are coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, where we are learning that Aam Aadmi Party is making a couple of claims when it comes to Sisodia's stay in jail. Now what they're saying is that Sisodia is being kept with hardened criminals in Tihar jail. Well, that is the big update we're getting for you right now here on Republic TV. And remember that Manish Sisodia has been accused of taking part in criminal conspiracy and other charges under the Indian Penal Code as well. Let's go across. Piyush Mishra is joining us as well. Piyush, just take us viewers through exactly what are these claims which are being made by the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, Shivangi, Aam Aadmi Party is now coming out and saying that Manish Sisodia is being forced to spend his days with the hardened criminals there inside the Tihar jail. But what we are now learning from our sources within the Tihar jail is that he has been kept in ward number 9 with older, old people who are, there inside the jail, and he's all his activities are being mounted with the help of CCTV. 24/7 CCTV cameras have been installed there. This is what the sources have confirmed to us. So at one side, the claims coming in from Aam Aadmi Party that Manish Sisodia is being put inside the jail with hardened criminals. On the other side, the officials have confirmed to us that he is being put with the senior citizens there inside the jail. Now we'll have to see how the BJP is now going to counter these claims by Aam Aadmi Party. Remember that Manish Sisodia has been sent in judicial custody till 20th of March, and his bail hearing will take place on March 10th. He has been sent after he was thoroughly interrogated by CBI for 7 days in its custody, where CBI has found multiple evidences. In fact, yesterday, Enforcement Directorate officials had gone to Tihar jail to question him on various things which they have recovered during their course of investigation in the past few months. But now politics taking place on this entire issue. In fact, senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh, has also claimed that he is not going to celebrate his Holi, looking at the kind of targets those are taking place against the opposition leaders. Now, what is the big claim coming in from Aam Aadmi Party is that Manish Sisodia is being forced to spend his days with the hardened criminals. But on the other side, the officials of Tihar jail have confirmed to us that he is being put in ward number 9 there inside the Tihar jail, and that's the jail which is thoroughly monitored with the help of CCTV cameras.
Right. And Piyush, just take our viewers through all the details. Piyush, I'm coming back to you in just a moment. We actually have that reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party where they're making these allegations about what they're calling bad treatment of Manish Sisodia in Tihar jail. Let's play out that reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party.
आप लोग हमें दिल्ली में हरा नहीं पाए। एक बार हुआ चुनाव, 2 बार चुनाव हुआ, 3 बार चुनाव हुआ, लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी को चुना है। आप लोग हमें एमसीडी में नहीं हरा पाए। लाख षड्यंत्रों के बाद भी मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर आज हमारी बन गई। क्या इस हार का बदला प्रधानमंत्री जी इस तरह से लेंगे? क्यों ऐसा है कि इस मामले में प्रधानमंत्री जी की चुप्पी सबके सामने है? क्या ये षड्यंत्र तो नहीं कि आम आदमी पार्टी को अब आप राजनीतिक रूप पे तो नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा पा रहे हैं, जेल में भी आपने हमारे नेताओं को भेज दिया तो लोगों की सहानुभूति पार्टी के साथ बढ़ रही है, तो अब ये षड्यंत्र हमारे शीर्ष नेताओं की हत्या तक पहुंच गया है। ये बहुत खतरनाक संकेत है। देखिए, जून 2022 से मार्च 2023 आ गया। रोज केंद्र सरकार कोई नई चीज बोलती है। आज वहां छापा पड़ गया, आज हैदराबाद में छापा मार दिया, आज हम बेंगलोर चले गए, आज हमने दिल्ली में कहीं छापे मारे, आज दिल्ली के किसी बिजनेसमैन को पूछताछ के लिए बुला लिया, आज चेन्नई के किसी आदमी को बुला लिया। निकल क्या रहा है इसमें? क्या ये सिर्फ सनसनीखेज खबरें ही केंद्र सरकार प्लांट करती रहेगी, या ये भी बताएगी कि निकला क्या? अब समय आ गया है, हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता जानना चाहती है भाई निकल क्या रहा है इन छापों में। आप कभी किसी को अरेस्ट कर लेते हैं, आपको किसी को अरेस्ट कर ले, आपके पास तो लाइसेंस है, किसी को भी आप उठा लो, उसका नाम जो है अखबार में छाप दो, उसको बदनाम कर दो। निकल क्या रहा है? पिछले 1 साल से सीबीआई इतने हजारों लोगों से पूछताछ कर चुकी, सैकड़ों जगह इन्होंने छापे मार दिए, किस किस के कंप्यूटर जब्त कर लिए इन्होंने, किस किस के मोबाइल जब्त कर लिए। निकला क्या? सीबीआई बताए तो सही, कहां पैसा मिला? ये जो हजारों करोड़ की रिश्वत की बात चल रही है, वो पैसा है कहां, किसके पास मिला? कहीं तो मिलेगा वो पैसा। और अगर अब तक ये भी नहीं ढूंढ पाए तो लानत है ऐसी सीबीआई पे और लानत है ऐसी केंद्र सरकार पे कि रोज खबरें छपवा रहे हैं मगर मिला कुछ नहीं, रिजल्ट 0 है।
और इस कार्यक्रम में गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, भाजपा अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा समेत कई पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं वो इसमें शपथ समारोह में भाग लेने के लिए मौजूद रहेंगे। और आप इस वक्त देख रहे हैं ये एक रोड शो है और इस रोड शो में जो जनता है वो अपना प्यार, अपना प्रेम पूरी तरह से उमड़ कर उनका दिखाई दे रहा है, हाथ हिलाते हैं। और जब हम देखते हैं कि जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब भी जनता के बीच होते हैं तो जनता का प्यार उन्हें मिलता है। और इस वक्त ये आप पोस्टर्स भी साथ साथ देख रहे हैं, कई गणमान्य व्यक्तियों के ये पोस्टर्स हैं और लोग नारे भी लगा रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए। और वाकई जो एक विकास की जो योजनाएं हैं उन्हें देखते हुए विकास की जानिब जो बढ़ रहा है अगरतला, और साथ में ये भी कहा जा सकता है कि त्रिपुरा में जितनी भी विकास की योजनाएं थी उनको देखते हुए एक विश्वास जो जताया है जनता ने इस बात की, और बीजेपी की जिम्मेदारी भी बन जाती है कि और विकासशील जो योजनाएं हैं उन्हें और आगे बढ़ाया जाए। और ऐसे में सरकार की जिम्मेदारियां तो बढ़ती ही हैं। साथ साथ आपको एक बात फिर बता दें कि अब से थोड़ी देर के बाद मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ लेंगे त्रिपुरा में माणिक साहा।
आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन एवं स्वागत करते हैं। साथ ही हम स्वागत करते हैं केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी का। साथ ही हम मंच पर स्वागत करते हैं त्रिपुरा के माननीय राज्यपाल श्री सत्यदेव नारायण आर्य जी का और परिषद के सभी मंत्रिमंडल का, एवं हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं विभिन्न राज्य के आमंत्रित माननीय अतिथिगणों का। अब मैं मैदान में उपस्थित सभी से निवेदन करती हूं, कृपया आप सब राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं। नारायण आर्य जी का और परिषद के सभी मंत्रिमंडल का, एवं हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं विभिन्न राज्य के आमंत्रित माननीय अतिथिगणों का। अब मैं मैदान में उपस्थित सभी से निवेदन करती हूं, कृपया आप सब राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं।
1 go!
आपकी अनुमति से अब आप माननीय मुख्यमंत्री और माननीय मंत्रियों को पद और गोपनीयता की शपथ दिला सकते हैं। प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मानिक साह, শ্রী মানিক সাহা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে ও বিবেক পরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পন্ন করিব এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত থাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী মানিক সাহা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার নিকট যে বিষয় বিবেচনার জন্য উপস্থাপিত করা হইবে অথবা আমার জ্ঞাতসারে আসিবে তাহা মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর কার্যনির্বাহের জন্য ব্যতীত প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বিশেষ বা ব্যক্তিবর্গের নিকট বলিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না।
श्री रतनलाल नाथ,
আমি শ্রী রতনলাল নাথ ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও নাথ ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে ও বিবেক পরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পন্ন করিব এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত থাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী রতনলাল নাথ ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যে মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসেবে আমার নিকট যে বিষয় বিবেচনার জন্য উপস্থাপিত করা হইবে অথবা আমার জ্ঞাতসারে আসিবে তা ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রীর কার্যনির্বাহের জন্য ব্যতীত প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তিবিশেষ বা ব্যক্তিবর্গের নিকট বলিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না। ধন্যবাদ। হাম ভাই, সবাইকে নমস্কার। যত খুলুমকা।
श्री प्राणजीत सिंह राय,
আমি শ্রী প্রণজিৎ সিংহ রায় ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে ও বিবেক পরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পন্ন করিব এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত থাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী প্রণজিৎ সিংহ রায় ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্য মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার নিকট যে বিষয় বিবেচনার জন্য উপস্থাপিত করা হইবে অথবা আমার জ্ঞাতসারে আসিবে তা ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রীর কার্যনির্বাহের জন্য ব্যতীত প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বিশেষ বা ব্যক্তিবর্গের নিকট বলিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না। নমস্কার।
श्रीमती सांतना चकमा।
আমি সুশ্রী শান্তনা চাকমা ভগবান বুদ্ধের নামে সুদৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রাখিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে ও বিবেক পরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পন্ন করিব এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত থাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি সুশ্রী শান্তনা চাকমা ভগবান বুদ্ধের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগে ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসেবে আমার নিকট যে বিষয় বিবেচনার জন্য উপস্থাপিত করা হইবে অথবা আমার জ্ঞাতসারে আসিবে তাহা ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রীর কার্যনির্বাহের জন্য ব্যতীত প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বিশেষ বা ব্যক্তিবর্গের নিকট বলিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না। ধন্যবাদ। খুলুমকা। নমস্কার। জুজু।
श्री सुशांत चौधरी।
मैं सुशांत चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा तथा मैं त्रिपुरा प्रदेश के कैबिनेट मंत्री के तौर पर अपने कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन ईमानदारी पूर्वक बिना किसी भय या पक्षपात के साथ संविधान एवं विधि के अनुसार करूंगा। मैं सुशांत चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं त्रिपुरा राज्य के कैबिनेट मंत्री के तौर पर मेरे समक्ष लाए गए किसी भी तथ्य को मैं प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप से किसी के सामने तब तक प्रकट नहीं करूंगा जब तक कि ये कैबिनेट मंत्री के तौर पर आवश्यक ना हो। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय।
श्री टिंकू राय,
আমি শ্রী টিঙ্কু রায় ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয়ে অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে ও বিবেকপরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পূর্ণ করিব এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত থাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী টিঙ্কু রায় ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার নিকট যে বিষয়ে বিবেচনার জন্য উপস্থাপিত করা হইবে অথবা আমার জ্ঞাতসারে আসিবে তা ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রীর কার্যনির্বাহের জন্য ব্যতীত প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বিশেষ বা ব্যক্তিবর্গের নিকট বলিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না। আম্বাই খুলুমকা, নমস্কার।
श्री विकास देव वर्मा,
আমি শ্রী বিকাশ দেববর্মা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস গুণগত রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারত সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগে ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে বিভাগ পরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পন্ন করিব এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রতি বা বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত থাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী বিকাশ দেববর্মা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার নিকট যে বিষয় বিবেচনার জন্য উপস্থিত করা হইবে অথবা আমার জ্ঞাতসারে আসিবে তাহা ক্যাবিনেটের মন্ত্রী কার্যনির্বাহের জন্য ব্যতীত প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তির বিশেষ বা ব্যক্তিবর্গের নিকট বলিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না। যতন খুলুমকা, যতন হামবাই, সবাইকে নমস্কার।
श्री सुधांशु दास,
আমি শ্রী সুধাংশু দাস ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে আইনত প্রতিষ্ঠিত ভারতীয় সংবিধানের প্রতি দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস ও আনুগত্য রক্ষা করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। আমি ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে আমার কর্তব্য বিশ্বস্তভাবে ও বিবেক পরায়ণতার সহিত সম্পন্ন করিব। আমি এবং ভারতীয় সংবিধান অনুযায়ী ভয়, অনুগ্রহ, প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ মুক্ত তাকিয়া সর্বশ্রেণীর লোকের প্রতি ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী সুধাংশু দাস ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মন্ত্রণালয় অথবা বিভাগের ভারপ্রাপ্ত ক্যাবিনেট মন্ত্রী হিসাবে
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था। वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था। 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल, देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसी हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर। मतलब उस वक्त में कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं।
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ। आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी न हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ। जरूरी का हर बात का जवाब देना।
देखिए सर, आप तफ्तीश मत करो। चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो। एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण सर, ठीक है।
The Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking, and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. We're now learning that after Manish Sisodia was sent to judicial custody, the Aam Aadmi Party has now made a huge claim, saying that he is being kept with hardened criminals inside Tihar jail. Now, this is a claim that is coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Essentially, what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying is that after Manish Sisodia's custody was extended, he is not being kept with under trials. Instead, he is being kept with hardened criminals. This is an allegation that has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Do remember that the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi was arrested. Thereafter, of course, he did resign from his post. He's facing charges in the Liquorgate scam, and he was sent to judicial custody by the Rouse Avenue Court. Thereafter, of course, we are given to understand that the allegation that has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party is that he is not being kept in a jail that is meant for under trials. In fact, he's being kept in a prison that is meant in the ward of the prison that is meant for hardened criminals. Let's listen into what the AAP said.
आप लोग हमें दिल्ली में हरा नहीं पाए। एक बार हुआ चुनाव, 2 बार चुनाव हुआ, 3 बार चुनाव हुआ, लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी को चुना है। आप लोग हमें एमसीडी में नहीं हरा पाए, लाख षड्यंत्रों के बाद भी मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर आज हमारी बन गई। क्या इस हार का बदला प्रधानमंत्री जी इस तरह से लेंगे? क्यों ऐसा है कि इस मामले में प्रधानमंत्री जी की चुप्पी सबके सामने है? क्या ये षड्यंत्र तो नहीं कि आम आदमी पार्टी को अब आप राजनीतिक रूप पे तो नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा पा रहे हैं, जेल में भी आपने हमारे नेताओं को भेज दिया, तो लोगों की सहानुभूति पार्टी के साथ बढ़ रही है, तो अब ये षड्यंत्र हमारे शीर्ष नेताओं की हत्या तक पहुंच गया है। ये बहुत खतरनाक संकेत है। देखिए, जून 2022 से मार्च 2023 आ गया, रोज केंद्र सरकार कोई नई चीज बोलती है। आज वहां छापा पड़ गया, आज हैदराबाद में छापा मार दिया, आज हम बेंगलोर चले गए, आज हमने दिल्ली में कहीं छापे मारे, आज दिल्ली के किसी बिजनेसमैन को पूछताछ के लिए बुला लिया, आज चेन्नई के किसी आदमी को बुला लिया। निकल क्या रहा है इसमें? क्या ये सिर्फ सनसनीखेज खबरें ही केंद्र सरकार प्लांट करती रहेगी, या ये भी बताएगी कि निकला क्या? अब समय आ गया है, हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता जानना चाहती है, भाई निकल क्या रहा है इन छापों में? आप कभी किसी को अरेस्ट कर लेते हैं, आपको किसी को अरेस्ट कर लें, आपके पास तो लाइसेंस है, किसी को भी आप उठा लो, उसका नाम जो है अखबार में छाप दो, उसको बदनाम कर दो। निकल क्या रहा है? पिछले 1 साल से सीबीआई इतने हजारों लोगों से पूछताछ कर चुकी, सैकड़ों जगह इन्होंने छापे मार दिए, किस किस के कंप्यूटर जब्त कर लिए इन्होंने, किस किस के मोबाइल जब्त कर लिए। निकला क्या? सीबीआई बताए तो सही, कहां पैसा मिला? ये जो हजारों करोड़ की रिश्वत की बात चल रही है, वो पैसा है कहां? किसके पास मिला? कहीं तो मिलेगा वो पैसा। और अगर अब तक ये भी नहीं ढूंढ पाए, तो लानत है ऐसी सीबीआई पे और लानत है ऐसी केंद्र सरकार पे कि रोज खबरें छपवा रहे हैं मगर मिला कुछ नहीं, रिजल्ट 0 है।
Let's go across to Anuj now, who's tracking all these developments. Anuj, that's a big charge that's come in from the Aam Aadmi Party against the police, saying that Manish Sisodia is being lodged with hardened criminals.
Not the first time when we are seeing this kind of statement coming in from Aam Aadmi Party when they are calling it political vendetta. On the other hand, now this is Saurabh Bharadwaj of Aam Aadmi Party who is saying that Manish Sisodia is being kept with a hardened criminal. Although, let me tell you, I was there yesterday at the Tihar itself, but we have been told that Manish Sisodia is in cell, is in a special cell, and because of the security, because of the other reason, he is in jail number 1, let me tell you, and he is kept in a cell. That's something what we do know, and that is something what has been informed to us by the DG himself yesterday when I was there at the Tihar. Then Enforcement Directorate team reaches there. Whereas if we talk about the latest development, then yes, we do understand that the Aam Aadmi Party since from the day one is calling it a political vendetta, whereas we have seen Saurabh Bharadwaj again coming out with the line that what exactly CBI has got till now. And what about the proof? And that is something what has been stated by none other but Supremo, that's Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi also. They are calling it a political vendetta and a witch hunt since from the day one. Rather, this is the Enforcement Director who has also taken the entry now and who is looking into the financial irregularities about the same. So this is to wait and watch what exactly is going to happen next, because the court has already given the permission for 3 days for two Enforcement Directorate to go on with the investigation. So we are just waiting if it is going to be Enforcement Directorate now who will be coming out with more point what exactly has happened in the investigation. But the dots has been already connected. Just to wait and watch what exactly is going to happen. But if we talk about the political ramifications of the same, then yes, from the day one, we are seeing it. Aam Aadmi Party, we are calling it a political vendetta, whereas Bharatiya Janata Party is saying it. What are you afraid of? Why aren't you cooperate in the investigation if you have not done anything? Whereas we also do know that the duo, the ministers who are in Tihar jail, whether being it Satyen Jain or Manish Sisodia, who is the deputy former chief minister, also has already tendered their resignation, and they are no more at the post of minister they are in. And this is to see what exactly is going to roll out next. But yes, Aam Aadmi Party is again coming out with the same line as we have seen it earlier.
All right. Now, Anuj, even as the Aam Aadmi Party continues to maintain that this is political vendetta that is being conducted by these agencies at the behest of the central government, the fact of the matter is that two of their leaders are in prison. Both of them faces serious charges of corruption.
Well, exactly. That's something, the line which has been taken by Bharatiya Janata Party also. Because whenever Aam Aadmi Party calling it a political vendetta, then this is the reaction of Bharatiya Janata Party. And if we talk about the political ramification of the same, then we have seen Bharatiya Janata Party.
Anuj, do stay with us. I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'll come back to you in just a bit. But Manjinder Singh Sirsa joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Sirsa, good morning. Mr. Sirsa, we just had a reaction from Saurabh Bhardwaj, who says that the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister is being lodged with hardened criminals, also going on to say that this is the limit of political vendetta that is being done by the agencies at the behest of the centre.
So पहले तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी वीआईपी कल्चर खत्म करने गए थे, बोलते थे कि हमने सब कुछ वीआईपी कल्चर खत्म कर देना। अब इनको जेल भी अपनी मर्जी की चाहिए, इनको महकमा तो अपनी मर्जी का चाहिए था, दफ्तर अपनी मर्जी का चाहिए था, गाड़ी अपनी मर्जी की चाहिए थी, लेकिन अब एक क्रिमिनल को जेल भी अपनी मर्जी की चाहिए। मैं बड़ा हैरान हूँ ये सुनकर सौरभ भारद्वाज की स्टेटमेंट, और वो भी तब जबकि जेल मंत्रालय और तिहाड़ जेल कम्स डायरेक्टली अंडर द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दिल्ली। सेकेंडली, ये कहना कि हार्ड एंड क्रिमिनल्स के साथ है उनको मरवा देंगे, जेल में क्रिमिनल ही होते हैं। और जेल में अरविंद केजरीवाल के लोग क्यों गए हैं? क्योंकि क्राइम किया उन्होंने। और अगर वो जेल नंबर 1 में है, जेल नंबर 2 में है, 3 में है, तो सभी जेलों के अंदर इंसान ही कैदी हैं। किसी जेल के अंदर जानवर नहीं है, सभी जेलों के अंदर इंसान है। और वो जेल इतनी खतरनाक थी तो दिल्ली की जेल के मंत्री तो उसके अंदर जैन थे, तो अब तक उन्होंने जेल को क्यों नहीं ठीक किया, सुधारा क्यों नहीं? आप तो कहते हैं हमने देश को सुधारना है, तो आपसे तो जेल भी नहीं सुधरी। एंड थर्डली, वेरी मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली, ये इनकी पुरानी लाइन है, मार देंगे मरवा देंगे। आपको याद करें अरविंद केजरीवाल के लिए मनीष सिसोदिया हर 2-4 महीनों बाद एक पीसी करते थे, कहते थे हमें खबर मिली है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का हत्या करवा दी जाएगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जान को खतरा है। वही लाइन अब सौरभ भारद्वाज बोल रहे हैं, वहां पे उनको खतरा, उनको मरवा दिया जाएगा। ये इनकी एक फिक्स लाइन है, ये इनके सारे फिक्स डायलॉग हैं, और ये इनकी एक मोडस ऑपरेंडी है कि क्राइम से लोगों का ध्यान कैसे हटाया जाए, घपले से ध्यान कैसे हटाया जाए, शराब घपले से, पैसे के लेन देन से लोगों का ध्यान कैसे भटकाया जाए। ये इनकी एक फिक्स मोडस ऑपरेंडी है। स्टेंडर जैन हो जो मालिश करा रहे थे, वो भी उसी जेल में थे। अब मनीष सिसोदिया ने अपनी मर्जी से कहा कि मुझे वो जेल चाहिए है जिसके अंदर मुझे उपासना, मुझे साधना करनी है, तो उनको जेल मिली है उनकी मर्जी से, और वो बदलना चाहते हैं तो कोर्ट को जानकारी दे। पर इसमें नटंकी करने की क्या जरूरत है?
All right, Mr. Sirsa, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's also get in Mr. Varakan, who also joins us right now on the phone line. Mr. Varakan, obviously, you know, the Aam Aadmi Party is wanting to make sure that, in a sense, this stays, you know, in the political sort of a framework, that people talk about the arrest, and that is why we see statements one after the other that is being made. Now, this latest statement, of course, says that, you know, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister is being kept with hardened criminals. There's a threat to his life. How do you see it? Well, I don't think Mr. Tom Varakan is with us on the phone line right now. We'll try and go across to him in a little bit. But the latest that, of course, we are getting in terms of Liquorgate right now is that the Aam Aadmi Party is accusing central agencies of being used at the behest of the centre. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, Manik Saha's Government 2.0 takes oath. And cops assault the Pulwama widows, but the Chief Minister is in denial in Rajasthan.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी
अच्छा
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many, शाओलिन कितना टफ है?
सर बहुत टफ था। वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था। 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल, देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसे हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर। मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्पिटिशन
कश्मीर के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के बिल्कुल पास में आप देख रहे हो किस तरह से अगर पूरे दुनिया भर में होली की सेलिब्रेशन चल रही है, लेकिन आप देख सकते हो कि इस प्रकार से यहाँ पे जो BSF के जवान जो है कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल का जो इलाका है पूरा यहाँ पे ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं किसी मूवमेंट। इस होली के अवसर पर उनको कुछ इनपुट मिला है कि यहाँ पे कुछ सस्पिशियस मूवमेंट उनको दिखी, उसके बाद यहाँ पे ऑपरेशन को और बढ़ा दिया गया। आप देख सकते हो किस प्रकार से यहाँ पे BSF जवान जो है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के बिल्कुल सटे हुए इलाके में अभी मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं एक्शन को, और लगातार उन्हें यहाँ पे कुछ सस्पिशियस यहाँ पे देखा। उसके बाद आप देख सकते हो किस तरह से ये जवान जो है यहाँ पे उन्होंने किस तरह से यहाँ पे पोजीशन जो है वो बनाई हुई है। हालांकि इनको यहाँ पे कुछ सस्पिशियस दिखा, हालांकि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के बिल्कुल पास में यहाँ पे ऑपरेशन अभी चल रहा है। हालांकि लगातार हमने ऐसा देखा है जब भी कोई त्यौहार वगैरह होता है तो लगातार पाकिस्तान ऐसी कोशिश करता है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो कश्मीर घाटी में अभी पीस प्रोसेस चल रहा है उसको डिस्टर्ब करने की, लेकिन उसके साथ हम देख सकते हो कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पे जो अभी जवान जो है लगातार इस ऑपरेशन में लग चुके हैं। हालांकि कड़ाके की सर्दी के बावजूद, हालांकि बर्फ़ भी अभी यहाँ पे काफ़ी देखने को मिल रही है, उसके बावजूद यहाँ पे जो ऑपरेशन हालांकि अभी चल रहा है। हालांकि हिस्ट्री से अगर हम बात करें, हिस्ट्री के हवाले से ये भी खबर मिल पा रही है कि अगर हम देखिए तवारीख की अगर बात करें, लगातार ये ट्रैक जो है टेरर आउटफिट्स का ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है, जो कि बांडीपोरा गुरेज वगैरह में ज़्यादा एक्टिव रहता है। इरावत महराज रिपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम नॉर्थ कश्मीर, बांडीपोरा।
The opposition unites for Manish Sisodia's Stalin writes to the Prime Minister, seeks Sisodia's release.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani. The Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी, अच्छा, टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over life.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV, and here's a quick look at what's making news in the world of sport. Delhi Capitals beat the UP Warriors by 42 runs in the Women's Premier League match on Tuesday. DC posted 211 for 4 with captain Meg Lanning top scoring with a 42-ball-70. India head coach Rahul Dravid was unapologetic about the spinner-friendly pitches being produced in the ongoing Border Gavaskar Trophy, despite criticism and poor rating of the indoor pitch that was received by the ICC. Rahul Dravid defended the home team's defence of 3 tracks in Nagpur, Delhi and Indore. The former opener Gautam Gambhir believes that Team India's KL Rahul will be disappointed after losing his place in the playing 11 during the ongoing Border Gavaskar Trophy against Australia. New Zealand batter Kane Williamson will join their squad late for the Test Series opener against Sri Lanka in Christchurch following the death of his grandmother Joan Williamson, or a former mayor of Taupo. Graham Potter enjoyed his finest night as Chelsea's manager as they overcame a first-leg deficit against the Borussia Dortmund to reach the Champions League quarters. Kylian Mbappe says his PSG future will not be decided by the outcome of their Champions League last 16 leg against Bayern Munich. Munich won the first leg 1-0 at the Parc des Princes, with Kingsley Coman scoring the only goal. UEFA announced on Tuesday that 19,618 Liverpool fans who had tickets for last year's chaotic Champions League final against Real Madrid in Paris are now eligible for a refund. Large numbers of Red supporters were denied entrance to the stadium for last May's match, while some were sprayed with tear gas. Lionel Messi, who was part of PSG's defeat a couple of weeks ago, has admitted that beating Bayern in their home is going to be a difficult task. Bayern Munich's coach wants his team to get at PSG in the Champions League. Kylian Mbappe wants to add more goals to his PSG scoring record. They will get their chance on Wednesday when Bayern tries to defend its 1-0 lead in the second leg of the round of 16. PSG head coach Christophe Galtier faced the media ahead of his side's second leg match against Bayern Munich in UEFA Champions League round of 16. He said that they will be hampered by the absence of the star player Neymar, who is out for rest with an ankle injury. This is Republic TV, and coming up next, Manik Saha's Government 2.0 takes oath. and the police assault Pulwama widows, but Chief Minister Gehlot is in denial.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing. The resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen. And we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस। किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम सीओ ऑफ 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी।
अच्छा।
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुखरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने एडीजी इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था। वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज। हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल, देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसे हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर। मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं।
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपसे दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ, आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी न हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ। जरूरी है कि आपको हर बात का जवाब देना? देखिए सर, ये नहीं, देखिए सर, हम आप बात करना, आप तफ्तीश मत करो। चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो। एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण रखो सर, ठीक है।
The Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for
Good afternoon and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the top headlines. The ED's nose tightens in Liquorgate after Arun Pillai's arrest. BRS leader K. Kavitha is summoned. In the dock for Liquorgate, K. Kavitha cries foul, calls the ED move a tactic of intimidation. Manish Sisodia is in jail. The Aam Aadmi Party makes a big claim, says he's being lodged with hardened criminals. Manik Saha government 2.0 takes charge. The Prime Minister and other top BJP leaders attend the event. The police assault Pulwama widows, but the Chief Minister is in denial. He now blames the BJP. And stay tuned as we get you the voices of women leading the way as we celebrate International Women's Day. All right, the Indian Navy's ALH was on a routine sortie off Mumbai when it met with an accident close to the coast. Immediate search and rescue operations have ensured the safety of the crew, and we are given to understand that there has been a safe recovery of the crew by 3 naval patrol craft. An inquiry has been ordered to investigate this incident. We are told that this was an accident that took place off the coast of Mumbai. The Indian Navy ensured that the rescue was carried out very, very swiftly. We're given to understand that the crew have been able to be recovered safely. Let's go across to Sandeep, who's on the phone line with us. Sandeep, tell us more.
Yes, ALH, Indian Naval helicopter, which ditched off to the Mumbai coast, and in fact, 3 naval officers, in fact, were rescued after the search operation were carried out by the patrol team of Navy officers. And in fact, fortunately, there was no, casualties reported. But yes, at this point of time, this is a big information that is coming, that an inquiry has been ordered to investigate the reasons behind this kind of incident. Remember, there were 3 crew members in that very helicopter, wherein they were in fact rescued on time by the patrolling team of Indian Navy. So definitely a big relief for them. But yes, an inquiry is in fact being ordered over the whole incident by Indian Navy.
So you can now confirm for us, Sandeep, that all the crew members who were on board this routine sortie are safe?
Yes, 3 crew members were rescued that were on, and in fact they were in fact rescued by the Indian Navy patrolling team, and in fact fortunately no casualties were reported as the patrolling team of Indian Navy acted swiftly and rescued these crew members on time. And in fact, following the incident, the inquiry and investigation is being ordered.
All right, so Sandeep is getting us the latest on this crash that took place of a routine sortie of the Indian Navy's ALH. What we are given to understand right now, of course, Sandeep, also is the fact that an inquiry has been ordered into this. Sandeep, for the moment, thank you for joining us. As Republic TV celebrates women power, we spoke exclusively to Captain Diksha, who is serving as a medical officer with a Special Forces unit. She speaks to us about her journey.
Now, on occasion of Women's Day, Republic is saluting the women at the frontiers, women who are in the armed forces and leading the inspiration to everyone across India. We have with us Captain Diksha joining us on this broadcast. She is posted in Clement Town in Uttarakhand. Welcome, Captain Diksha, to Republic TV. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Yes. Captain Diksha, looking back at your journey, a young girl from Davangere in Karnataka wanting to become an army officer. If you can tell our viewers about how your journey has been, what was your inspiration in joining the armed forces?
So the motivation in a way has been myself. That is how I want to see myself in future. My motivation to join the Indian Army stems from my desire to pursue something challenging and unique profession. I always wanted to do something which would allow me to make a difference in the society and also feel a sense of accomplishment in my daily work.
So, Captain Diksha, when you decided you wanted to join the armed forces, were there any hurdles that you had to overcome, or were there any challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome those challenges?
So the challenges has been the same for everyone. Just as a gentleman officer is facing any challenges in the difficult terrain there. Along with that, I would say for a woman officer, the menstrual cycles would be one of the challenges. But according to me, if we have that willpower and determination, we can overcome any such challenges. As a medical officer, one of the biggest challenges was I couldn't afford to be sick. And I had to be always acclimatized to such hard terrain and weather. So I had to be the first one to be acclimatized and have to take care of my team well. So I had to be physically strong, mentally fit, and professionally strong too.
Yes, and when you started your journey, when you were commissioned in 2019, was there any inspiration that you had? Was there any one officer or one person you looked up to in your team or beyond your team who kept you motivated to continue with your journey in the armed forces?
So before joining army, I was in NCC, and there I was inspired by the soldiers, the discipline, the life, and the adventurous lifestyle, and most importantly, the service to our motherland. After joining army, my mentor, Colonel Bindu Nair, she was one of the strongest female officers that I've come across. She inspired me to join Para. So I volunteered for Para in 2021, and I couldn't clear my probation in the first attempt. And I went back to my parent unit in Ladakh. I was in stage 3 high altitude area where minus 40 degree and there was hypoxia. I had a foot injury there. But I was RMO 17 Dogra there, and Colonel Shivesh Singh, he motivated me to try for paras again because I was very much interested to be a paratrooper. And hence I volunteered for probation again in the 2022 for the second time. This time I cleared it with flying colors. So I would say failure is not final. It is a stepping stone for success. I would tell everyone never to give up. It's just because of my willpower that I'm sitting here in front of you. because I did not give up.
Yes.
And Special Forces is an elite institution, and I'm very proud and privileged to be a part of this unit, 2 Para SF.
Yes, and Captain Diksha, you're one of the armed forces officer who's shattering the glass ceiling, and there are many young girls who would want to join the Indian Army, who would want to join the IAF or the Indian Navy or armed forces or paramilitary in some way or the other. What would be your message to these young girls who are aspiring to fight for the country, to serve the country by being a part of the armed forces?
True. So, being a first female officer in Special Forces unit, I can say one thing with confidence, that there is no gender bias or negative work cultures in Indian Army. There is a conducive and equal opportunity to everyone here. My message to women out there is follow your dreams. There is no better organization than this, where we can lead our men and work with the arms. We deal with the profession of arms and lead our men in the service to the nation. It is a very proud feeling and a responsible work. I would say be fearless and break your cocoon, come out. Follow your dream, you can do anything and everything.
Yes. You know, Captain Diksha, your words have been very inspirational, and I'm sure thousands and millions of viewers watching Republic TV would be inspired, and the young girls who aspire to be in the armed forces would also be encouraged to take that step forward. Thank you very much, Captain Diksha, for speaking to Republic TV on the occasion of Women's Day, and all the best for all your endeavours in the future.
And we are now getting the latest as far as Liquorgate is concerned after the Enforcement Directorate issued summons to K. Kavitha from the BRS. She is likely to meet the Chief Minister KCR at Pragati Bhavan, the official residence of the Chief Minister. After discussing with him, K. Kavitha will perhaps take a final call on whether or not to attend the ED's questioning tomorrow. Now, do remember that K. Kavitha has also reacted to the summons that have been issued by the Enforcement Directorate to her. She has said that I have been summoned by the ED to appear on the 9th of March in New Delhi. As a law-abiding citizen, I will fully cooperate with the investigating agencies. However, due to the dharna and prefixed appointments, I'll seek legal opinion on the date of attending it. This comes after the BRS leader, of course, was summoned by the ED and asked to appear before it on the 9th of March. That's tomorrow. Piyush is reporting on this from New Delhi. Piyush, give us more details in terms of how the ED wants to take this forward. We are given to understand that she's likely to be confronted with Pillai, who was arrested by the ED earlier.
So yes, a very important development that has come forward is that K. Kavitha, who has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, has now taken time. In fact, she has said that she has in fact been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, but before coming to Delhi for questions, she will first take an advice from her legal counsel and also from her father, who is the Chief Minister of Telangana. So as of now, what we have been told is that perhaps she may be buying time for not coming for the questioning and adhering to the summons that has been given to her by the Enforcement Directorate. But more importantly, as what we have been told is that the main reason why Enforcement Directorate has summoned K. Kavitha is because they want to confront her with Arun Pillai, who they arrested yesterday. And this is the summoning of K. Kavitha is one more important development in the Delhi excise liquor case, which has already seen the arrest of Manish Sisodia, who is the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi. Back to the studio.
All right, Piyush, do stay with us. Let's also play out reactions that we are getting on this. We have had Rachna Reddy react to this, also Saurabh Bharadwaj.
Ms. Kavitha was questioned by the CBI in the related case filed by the CBI in December. But I believe tomorrow the ED is going to be questioning her in tandem along with Mr. Arun Ramchandar Pillai to verify, to check the veracity of their respective statements, if they're going to contradict each other, and if their respective statements taken in tandem would be in line with the evidence, hard evidence that the ED has got with it, or it's going to or they are going to contradict each other's statements and contradict the evidence, because that is where the questioning will go, and that is where the ED will be able to nail if any falsehoods or untruths are being spoken at that point of time. So this was to be a natural progression, and will there be any coercive steps or any arrests, we will have to see tomorrow after the in tandem questioning of Mr. Arun Ramchandar Pillai and Ms. Kavitha will progress.
कभी यहाँ छापा मार दिया, कभी हैदराबाद में छापा मार दिया, कभी चेन्नई में छापा मार दिया, कभी बेंगलोर से किसी को बुला लिया पूछताछ के लिए, कभी दिल्ली से किसी बिजनेसमैन को बुला लिया। मतलब मैं परेशान हो गया हूँ इन खबरों को सुन के। मिला क्या है? आप 500 से ज़्यादा लगे छापे मार चुके, आपने लोगों का घर तबाह कर दिए, आपने लोगों के काम धंधे बंद कर दिए, आपने उनके बैंक अकाउंट सील कर दिए, आप जो कंप्यूटर मिला, जो मोबाइल मिला, आपने वो सीज कर लिया। आपको मिला अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं। क्या ये इतनी बड़ी नाकामी नहीं है केंद्र सरकार की कि उनकी 2 सबसे बड़ी एजेंसी लगी हुई हैं और आज भी कोर्ट में कहती हैं कि साहब हम सबूत लेके आएंगे, हम सबूत ढूंढ रहे हैं? ये तो बड़ी शर्म की बात है। तो आज देश के लोग जानना चाहते हैं केंद्र सरकार से कि भाई आपको अब 1 साल हो गया, अब ये नौटंकी बंद करो कि अब हम इससे पूछेंगे, अब हम इससे पूछेंगे, अब हम इससे पूछेंगे। ये क्या है? आप ये बताइए आपको क्या मिला? आपको अब तक कुछ नहीं मिला।
Well, going across to Aneri right now, who's reporting from Hyderabad on this one now. Aneri, what we've heard from the BRS so far is that they are yet to decide whether K. Kavitha will travel to Delhi tomorrow or not. And she's meeting her father for advice. So give us a sense of what you're hearing from within the BRS.
Well, we have been seeing how there has been a massive political face-off here going on in the state of Telangana. Well, this comes just a day after Arun Ramchandar Pillai was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor scam. Well, now we see that the Enforcement Directorate have also issued summons to K. Kavitha, who's the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and also the BRS MLC, right as we are reporting from her residence, just right outside her residence. Well, what we are learning from our sources is that K. Kavitha is going to soon leave from her residence and will be visiting Pragati Bhavan, which is the official residence of CM KCR, and will be meeting the Chief Minister there and discuss what would be the further plan of action, because K. Kavitha in her statement, the first statement which has come in from K. Kavitha, where she has stated that despite all the summons and everything, she will cooperate with the investigating agencies, and also as she has planned a dharna in Delhi, and also because of the prefixed appointments which she has scheduled, that is the reason why she will be looking into legal opinions to fix another date for the questioning. But right outside her residence, as you can see, heavy police deployment for security reasons, and that is the reason why we are seeing that this comes just after K. Kavitha was issued summons by the Enforcement Directorate. Well, not to forget, K. Kavitha's name has been time and again mentioned in the liquor scam. Earlier also in the month of December 2022, she was questioned in connection with the liquor scam and the South group, where K. Kavitha's name also was mentioned. But now once again we are seeing that how in Arun Ramchandar Pillai's remand copy, where he was arrested yesterday, in the remand copy it is very clearly mentioned that he had acted upon the instructions of K. Kavitha in connection with the transfer of amount. But then now we'll have to wait and watch whether K. Kavitha will be going going ahead and for the questioning tomorrow or not, and also at the same time as she is right now looking at the legal opinion. So definitely we'll have to wait for further confirmation whether she will be visiting the national capital for the questioning tomorrow or not. But yes, also at the same time, not to forget how there has been a massive face-off as BRS here has been alleging that the BJP at the centre is misusing the central agencies.
All right, Aneri, do stay with us. I'm going to go back across to Piyush right now. Piyush, join for us the links that the ED is trying to establish between K. Kavitha, Pillai, as well as, their allegation that Indo Spirits, which is one of the firms which they allege was involved with the liquor scam, is actually partly owned by K. Kavitha. In fact, they've said that she owns about 65% stake in that company.
So, well, Nupur, it all started off with the raids at Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia's residence over here by the CBI, and ultimately it led to several of his associates also which you just mentioned about Indo Spirits, which belongs to a person called Sameer Mahindru. There were allegations that these associates in turn were in touch with members of South Group, and they were getting heavy kickbacks for tweaking the Delhi excise liquor policy. Now there are allegations that from South Group at least, K. Kavitha was in touch with some of the members, and for this, not only the Enforcement Directorate, but also the Central Bureau of Investigation is probing the entire matter. In fact, prior to ED, the Central Bureau of Investigation had also questioned K. Kavitha for her probable role in the Delhi excise liquor scam. Now, with the arrest of Arun Pillai by the Enforcement Directorate, and in his remand copy mentioning the name of K. Kavitha, the Enforcement Directorate has asked K. Kavitha to come to National Capital so that she can be questioned and she can be confronted with Arun Pillai. So now, from here on, it will be interesting to see that what stand is K. Kavitha going to take. As what Aneri rightly said, that she has asked for some time and she has asked for a legal, for an advice to legal opinion. So from here, it will be interesting to see that what stand is going to be taken from here on. Back to you.
All right. Piyush Ori as well as Aneri, both of you, thank you for the moment. Piyush and Aneri have been getting us the latest in terms of the summons that have been issued to K. Kavitha. Okay, I think Aneri has some more information on this. In fact, she has some breaking news coming in. So let's go back to her on this one. Aneri, tell us, please.
Well, Anupur, what we are getting right now is the first response coming in from the BJP, where BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri from Nizamabad, whom K. Kavitha lost to during the last Lok Sabha elections. Now he has come on to Twitter and hit it out at K. Kavitha. Well, I'll also read out the particular tweet where he further states that after losing the to BJP candidate in 2019 general election, subsequently becoming the MLC in nepotism quota and now involving as a key conspirator in the Delhi liquor scam, her sudden fight for the women reservation bill is just a filthy attempt to divert the people's attention, whereas Telangana never bowed down to anyone in the first or recent Telangana movement, but now is bowing down in shame before the nation is in the light of your involvement in the Delhi liquor scam. So definitely how we are seeing is this is a complete war of words between the BRS and the BJP, because we have been seeing how the BRS, which is the ruling government here in the state of Telangana, has been time and again questioning the central government over misusing the central agencies, over not coming up with proper inquiry in the Adani matter, and also diverting all of these topics. But then now the BJP is hitting out at K. Kavitha, the BRS MLC, and now they are saying that this is all a diversion tactic which K. Kavitha is trying to do with coming up with this women reservation bill. The demand for women reservation bill is what the BJP has been saying, and now we are seeing that how the BJP is hitting out at K. Kavitha, saying that she has put the state of Telangana in shame by involving herself in the liquor scam. So now we'll have to wait and watch, because we are not yet got any sort of confirmation whether K. Kavitha will be attending the summons tomorrow, the questioning tomorrow at the Enforcement Directorate in Delhi, because she says that she will be looking into legal opinion for further dates or opting for another date, because she has already prefixed appointments into this matter.
All right. Aneri, of course, is bringing us the latest. So that's the latest tweet that has come in. Basically, we are now seeing a response from the BJP to allegations that have been put forward by K. Kavitha. This is the first response from the state, Telangana. Now, it is a Holi away from home and for the Indian Army jawans deployed at the LOC. However, the zeal is no less and celebrations break out amongst jawans on the occasion of Holi. Republic TV gets you the special report.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद है नॉर्थ कश्मीर के गुरेज सेक्टर में। मेरे विजय आपको दिखा सकते हैं एक यूनिक वे में यहाँ पे होली की सेलिब्रेशन जो चल रही है। हालांकि जो होली का रंग है उसको यहाँ पे माइनस तापमान के बावजूद स्नो में मिलाया है और यूनिक वे से यहाँ पे ये होली मना रहे हैं, स्नो को ऊपर फेंक रहे हैं। उसके साथ साथ मेरे विजय आपको क्लोज तरह से दिखाएंगे किस प्रकार से यहाँ पे अभी होली की सेलिब्रेशन चल रही है।
आप सभी को सिर्फ देशवासियों को होली की शुभकामनाएं। और आज हम लोग होली मना रहे हैं घर परिवार से दूर, बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है। सीमा सुरक्षा बल तरफ से ऑल भारतवासियों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। आज हम गुरेज वैली में अपनी साल का त्योहार बड़ी खुशी पूर्वक आनंद पूर्वक मना रहे हैं। हम आशा नहीं पूर्ण करते हैं कि सभी देशवासियों आज इसी खुशी उल्लास के साथ होली मना रहे होंगे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। आप हमें बताइए क्या आप संदेश देना चाहेंगे दुनिया भर के जो भी आपको लोग देख रहे हैं?
आज मैं सभी देशवासियों को होली के रंग बिरंगे त्योहार में बैर भाव दूर करते हुए सब एक दूसरे से प्यार बांटें और प्यार बांटते रहें और गले मिल करके खुशियों का त्योहार रंग बिरंगा प्यार से मिलकर मनाएं। और होली की पूरे देशवासियों को बीएसएफ की तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई हो।
And still to come, we get you voices of women leading the way as we celebrate International Women's Day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ। आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ। जरूरी है कि आप हर बात का जवाब देना।
देखिए सर, ये देखिए सर, आप तफ्तीश मत करो। चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो। एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण सर, ठीक है।
Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर इट्स अ पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट। दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani either. Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen. And we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस। किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम सीईओ ऑफ 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी।
अच्छा।
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुखरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने एडीजी इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been
The headlines at 12:30. ED News tightens in Liquorgate. After Arun Pillai's arrest, BRS leader K. Kavitha is summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. In dock for Liquorgate, K. Kavitha cries foul, calls ED move a tactic of intimidation. Manish Sisodia in jail. Aam Aadmi Party now makes a big claim, says Sisodia lodged with hardened criminals.
আমি শ্রী মানিক সাহা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসাবে
Manik Saha Government 2.0 takes charge. Prime Minister and other top BJP leaders attend the event. Cops assault Pulwama widows, but Chief Minister Gehlot in denial. He now blames the BJP. Stay tuned as we get you the voices of women leading the way as we celebrate International Women's Day. And we start off with breaking news. Reacting to the Enforcement Directorate move, earlier we had told you that the Enforcement Directorate had summoned K. Kavitha, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister KCR, for questioning. Tomorrow, K. Kavitha now cries foul, claims ED move is a tactic at intimidation. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has made a big allegation after Manish Sisodia's custody was extended. It says that he is being lodged in Tihar jail with hardened criminals. Let's listen in to what exactly is the allegation made by the Aam Aadmi Party.
एक बार हुआ चुनाव, 2 बार चुनाव हुआ, 3 बार चुनाव हुआ, लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी को चुना है। आप लोग हमें एमसीडी में नहीं हरा पाए। लाख षड्यंत्रों के बाद भी मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर आज हमारी बन गई। क्या इस हार का बदला प्रधानमंत्री जी इस तरह से लेंगे? क्यों ऐसा है कि इस मामले में प्रधानमंत्री जी की चुप्पी सबके सामने है? क्या ये षड्यंत्र तो नहीं कि आम आदमी पार्टी को अब आप राजनीतिक रूप पे तो नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा पा रहे हैं, जेल में भी आपने हमारे नेताओं को भेज दिया, तो लोगों की सहानुभूति पार्टी के साथ बढ़ रही है, तो अब ये षड्यंत्र हमारे शीर्ष नेताओं की हत्या तक पहुंच गया है। ये बहुत खतरनाक संकेत है। देखिए, जून 2022 से मार्च 2023 आ गया। रोज केंद्र सरकार कोई नई चीज बोलती है। आज वहां छापा पड़ गया, आज हैदराबाद में छापा मार दिया, आज हम बेंगलोर चले गए, आज हमने दिल्ली में कहीं छापे मारे, आज दिल्ली के किसी बिजनेसमैन को पूछताछ के लिए बुला लिया, आज चेन्नई के किसी आदमी को बुला लिया। निकल क्या रहा है इसमें? क्या ये सिर्फ सनसनीखेज खबरें ही केंद्र सरकार प्लांट करती रहेगी, या ये भी बताएगी कि निकला क्या? अब समय आ गया है, हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता जानना चाहती है, भाई निकल क्या रहा है इन छापों में? आप कभी किसी को अरेस्ट कर लेते हैं, आपको किसी को अरेस्ट कर लें, आपके पास तो लाइसेंस है, किसी को भी आप उठा लो, उसका नाम जो है अखबार में छाप दो, उसको बदनाम कर दो। निकल क्या रहा है? पिछले 1 साल से सीबीआई इतने हजारों लोगों से पूछताछ कर चुकी, सैकड़ों जगह इन्होंने छापे मार दिए, किस किस के कंप्यूटर जब्त कर लिए इन्होंने, किस किस के मोबाइल जब्त कर लिए। निकला क्या? सीबीआई बताए तो सही, कहां पैसा मिला? ये जो हजारों करोड़ की रिश्वत की बात चल रही है, वो पैसा है कहां? किसके पास मिला? कहीं तो मिलेगा वो पैसा। और अगर अब तक ये भी नहीं ढूंढ पाए, तो लानत है ऐसी सीबीआई पे और लानत है ऐसी केंद्र सरकार पे कि रोज खबरें छपवा रहे हैं मगर मिला कुछ नहीं, रिजल्ट 0 है।
And so the Aam Aadmi Party there, Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party, after Sisodia is sent to judicial custody, you hear him making big claims, asks some questions of the CBI, and says Sisodia is now forced to share a ward with hardened criminals, raises concerns for his safety. This is the latest charge by the Aam Aadmi Party in Liquorgate. And more breaking news coming in now. Ahead of the polls, DK's aide stokes a controversy. We're talking here about DK Shiv Kumar, and his close aide has made a very controversial statement. And he has said that the land for the Sri Krishna Mutt was given by Muslim rulers. It's a huge allegation made by DKS aide, that's the Congress in Karnataka. Udupi MLA Raghupati Bhatt has reacted to the controversy. The MLA is now saying that these are baseless statements being made by Congress leader Mithun Rai. But let's first hear in some voices as far as the first charge is concerned.
ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಏರ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಾಕೋದು ಉಡುಪಿ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಏರ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಾಕೋದು ಉಡುಪಿ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಏರ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಾಕೋದು
ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಅರಸ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಸುದ್ದಿ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠದ ಜಾಗ ಅನಂತೇಶ್ವರದ ಒಂದು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಜಾಗ. ಇದು ಅನಂತೇಶ್ವರಕ್ಕೆ ಭೋಜರಾಜರಸರು ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ದಾಖಲೆ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ರಾಜರಿಂದ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ದಾಖಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಹೃದಯ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಜಾಮಿಯಾ ಮಸೀದಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಜಂಗಮರ ಮಠದಿಂದ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇದೆ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ರಾಜ ಕೊಡೋದಾದರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಸುದ್ದಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಉಡುಪಿ
And joining me on the phone line for more on this story as the Congress rakes up a massive controversy in Karnataka. Joining me live is Prajwal, my colleague. Prajwal, take us through this new controversy that has been stoked by the Congress leader Mithun Rai. The BJP, we believe, has hit back at the Congress coming just ahead of the Karnataka elections. How significant would you say this development is?
Rukman, these statements coming in from Mithun Rai were at a public convention which was organized to go on and take a look at the new masjids which was being built in Mangaluru city and mainly in parts of coastal Karnataka as well. At this point of time, Mithun Rai has gone on to make these controversial statements in Moodbidre Taluk, stating that the land for the Udupi's Sri Krishna Mata was given in by Muslim rulers and kings as well, and this has met with a lot of criticism, especially from historians as well as from BJP leaders as well, and from cutting across all the party lines. They are slamming Mithun Rai, stating that he should not be speaking if he does not know about the history, because all we know that, and in fact even in history it is mentioned that Ramabhoja, the ruler, had gone on to give acres of land to the Ananteshwara temple which was built, and later from the Ananteshwara temple they handed over the land to Madhvacharya, who established the Sri Krishna Mata in Udupi 850 years ago, and he was the one who was prominent in building it. And this particular land was given by Bhojaraja Aras as well, and there is no sort of reference which has been made at any point of time in history to Muslim rulers going out and giving land for the construction of the Sri Krishna Mata as well. And therefore now the BJP is also going on and alleging the fact that Mithun Rai is making these baseless statements mainly because he wants to go on and polarize the minority voters. And in the meanwhile, the BJP MLA of Udupi, Raghupati Bhatt, has hit out at Mithun Rai. He's gone on to quote history, and he's also made statements saying that the Jamia Masjid in Mangaluru has in fact been built on land which was given by the Jangama Mutt as well. And at no point of time in history does it mention that the Muslim rulers had gone on to give land over here. So this is some massive these are some controversial statements coming in from Mithun Rai, but now the BJP is stating that people do not need, people should not pay heed to such baseless statements which will go on and destroy the peace, the peace in this particular region.
Well, many thanks, Prajwal, for joining us there and for bringing us up to speed on that. And from now we move on to some international news that's making headlines. As hundreds of women, transgenders and non-binary, genderqueer and other protesters took to the streets of Barcelona on Tuesday night to celebrate Women's Day and take back the night, as the slogan read. The protest was being held on the eve of International Women's Day. Thousands took to the streets of Madrid and other cities for women's rights. As fierce battles rage on in the Donetsk region, Avdiivka police evacuated families with children from the most dangerous zones on the front line. Despite heavy fighting, daily bombardments and attempts to surround the city by the Russian army, there are still around 2,000 people in Avdiivka, including more than 30 children. Ukraine launches investigation to find Russian soldiers who apparently killed an unarmed Ukrainian prisoner of war after graphic footage emerged. United States Senate confirms Indian-American Arun Subramanian to be district judge for the Southern District of New York, thus making him the first South Asian judge to serve on the bench. The Senate confirmed the nomination of Subramanian by a vote of 58 by 37 on Tuesday evening. Britain's Indian origin Home Secretary Suella Braverman on Tuesday announced a new illegal migration bill that will mean migrants arriving in the UK illegally on small boats will be removed swiftly. India announces it will work in partnership with the UN World Food Programme to supply 20,000 tons of wheat as assistance to Afghanistan through Iran's Chabahar port. India earlier supplied about 40,000 tons of wheat through land routes via Pakistan, but faced numerous bureaucratic and technical hurdles. Senate Republicans and Capitol Police have criticized Fox News after one of its hosts aired previously unseen clips of the riot 2 years ago at Congress and played down the violent disorder. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said on Wednesday he would meet with President Joe Biden in the US following a trip to India this week. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets with his Trinidadian counterpart, Dr. Amory Brown, in Washington to forge ahead on building greater economic prosperity and working on challenges of regional security. Argentina's president says he will send hundreds more federal security forces to the central city of Rosario, where drug violence has drawn international attention due to a recent threat against soccer star Lionel Messi. Time for a short break. On the other side, Manik Saha Government 2.0 takes charge. Prime Minister and other top BJP leaders attend the event.
इसकी आंख हमें सच्चा प्यार हो गया और ये मजे ले रही है। झूठी कहीं की। हमारे से चोर से चोरी, मकार से मकारी। नहीं करती प्यार तो बोले ना, नहीं करती ये क्या घटिया तरीका है?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था। वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज। हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल, देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसे हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर। मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं।
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया।
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ, आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है।
From Mathura to Vrindavan, the city of Uttar Pradesh is painted with different colors. With Chief Minister of UP, Yogi Adityanath, leading the celebrations. Yogi Adityanath celebrated Holi at Gorakhnath Temple in Gorakhpur, extending holy wishes to the people of the state. CM Yogi said that justice to all and no victimization were essential principles of Ram Rajya.
रंग भरी होली हमें आपसी बैर भाव को भुला करके सद्भाव के मार्ग पर चलने की एक नई प्रेरणा भी प्रदान करता है।
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And after a very short break, coming up in other news that we're tracking, Manik Saha Government 2.0 takes oath as Tripura CM in presence of Prime Minister Modi and BJP top brass. Also, cops assault Pulwama widows, but Chief Minister Gehlot in denial. He now blames the BJP.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस। किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वॉज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी।
अच्छा।
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट, एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था। वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज। हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, एंड लाइक अ डॉग ऑन हैंड एंड फीट वी हैड टू क्रॉल बैक द हिल, देन वी हैड टू बी इन अ स्क्वाट पोजीशन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 आवर, और हमारी टांगें ऐसे हिल रही होती थी, एंड माई ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ माई बॉडी वॉज पेनिंग, इट वॉज क्राइंग, मसल्स वॉज सोर। मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं।
And
And now on to some sports news. Delhi Capitals beat UP Warriors by 42 runs in their Women's Premier League match on Tuesday. DC posted 211 for 4 with captain Meg Lanning top scoring with a 42 ball 70. India's head coach Rahul Dravid unapologetic about the spinner-friendly pitches being produced in the ongoing Border Gavaskar Trophy. Despite the criticism and poor rating, the indoor pitch received by the ICC. Rahul Dravid defends home team's defense of the 3 tracks in Nagpur, Delhi and Indore. Former opener Gautam Gambhir believes Team India's KL Rahul is bound to be disappointed after losing his place in the playing 11 during the ongoing Border Gavaskar Trophy against Australia. New Zealand's Kane Williamson to join the squad late for the Test Series opener against Sri Lanka in Christchurch following the death of his grandmother Joan Williamson, or a former mayor of Taupo. Graham Potter enjoys his finest night as Chelsea manager as they overcome a first-leg deficit against Borussia Dortmund to reach the Champions League quarter-finals.
শ্রী মানিক সাহা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসাবে
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor or a wrinkle for India. At that time, some unthought and unresearched opinion had predicted the tremors hitting the Indian economy, hitting the Modi government, and I said no. On the contrary, I was very clear at that time. I said on the contrary, this whole Adani episode and just how quickly global sentiment will subside and bounce back on India will prove only one thing: the resilience of the Indian economy, the solidity of the Indian economy, the prospects of the Indian economy. So this entire Adani episode in a way proves to be a testament to the India growth story. Not an impediment, not a blur, not a blemish. This has actually ended up helping the Modi government. It has, liptards, relax, your BP is going up, but it has. We can't take the focus away from Adani. The Adani is on free fall. And even the most basic business mind will admit that this is because they have been hugely overvalued, huge overhyped. Viewers, we need to do a deep dive into Adani. There are fundamental flaws, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to keep the focus on Adani. Over leverage of this kind, flawed business models, too much hype and questionable corporate governance does not stigmatize the Indian corporate sector.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस। किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी।
अच्छा।
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप उनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
ये शाओलिन का मामला, ये मार्शल आर्ट्स का, whether it's kung fu, whether it's other martial arts that you've learned so many. शाओलिन कितना टफ था?
सर बहुत टफ था। वहाँ 6 दिन 7 घंटा हर रोज। हमारा पहला एक्सरसाइज होता था 1000 मीटर का पहाड़ है, उसको हमको भागना पड़ता था 20 मिनट में, and like a dog on hand and feet we had to crawl back the hill. Then we had to be in a squat position for at least 1 hour. और हमारी टांगें ऐसी हिल रही होती थी and my each and every part of my body was paining. It was crying. Muscles were sore. मतलब उस वक्त मैं कॉम्बी फ्रेम होती थी, कॉम्बी फ्रेम ले लेके ट्रेनिंग करता था मैं.
कोई दुर्व्यवहार नहीं किया.
आपके दुर्व्यवहार हुआ था?
हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ. आंखों से देख रहे हैं, मीडिया में चल रही है, ऐसे चल रही है, तो क्या आपके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ? इससे ज्यादा क्या होएगा?
बताइए सर, ये तो
बस बता दिया ना, इसको अलग हटाओ, इसको अलग हटाओ. जरूरी है आपकी हर बात का जवाब देना.
देखिए सर, आप
तफ्तीश मत करो.
चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, जो बंद कर दो, बंद कर दो.
एक गरिमा मर्यादित आचरण
सर, ठीक है.
Central Bureau of Investigation officials have reached at the residence of Meesa Bharti. This is a scam that dates back to the year 2000, between 2004 and 2009. Yadavs, in exchange for jobs at the Central Railways Group D management, had acquired these land at the minimal price of around 26 lakhs rupees. This 1 lakh square feet of land at that point of time could have costed over 4 crore rupees. So this is a scam that was highlighted by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो.
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम.
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स.
बिल्कुल
जी.
आपकी फौज में भी यही है. डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू. आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट. दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग. सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से.
I said very clearly that the Adanis will be in big trouble going forward, but this won't even be a factor.
ED news tightens on Liquorgate after Arun Pillai's arrest. BRS leader Kavitha summoned by the ED. In dock for Liquorgate, Kavitha cries foul, calls ED move a tactic of intimidation. Sisodia in jail. Aam Aadmi Party makes a big claim. Says Sisodia lodged with hardened criminals.
শ্রী মানিক সাহা ভগবানের নামে দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসের সহিত শপথ করিতেছি যে ত্রিপুরা রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসাবে
Manik Saha government 2.0 takes charge. The Prime Minister and other top BJP leaders attend the event. Cops assault Pulwama widows, but Chief Minister Gehlot in denial. He now blames the BJP. And stay tuned as we get to the voices of women leading the way as we celebrate International Women's Day. Viewers, we are live and breaking, and I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Let's start with the top story coming in. Reacting to the ED move, Kavitha cries foul, claims ED move is a tactic of intimidation. That's what we're learning so far. And this is the big news we're getting for you. In fact, we're getting some more details coming in where
YSRTP chief Y. Sharmila, who was staging a protest against Telangana government over atrocities against women, has now been taken to preventive custody. She was first shifted to the Bolaram police station, now being shifted to her residence in Lotus Pond. Let's go straight to Aneri, who's joining us live right now. Aneri, I'm coming to you. This is not the first time, of course. Earlier as well, we have seen that the YSR Telangana party chief Y. Sharmila was detained. Earlier, once again, we are learning that she has been taken to preventive custody. What are the details that we are learning of as of now, Aneri?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. What we are seeing right now is that with the recent atrocities against women which have been taking place here in the state of Telangana, let it be the suicide case of Dr. Preeti or any other such incidents which have been reported, especially the atrocities against women, where we are seeing that how there has been a massive face-off between the opposition and the ruling government here in the state of Telangana. Well, 2 days back, we had seen how the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay was seen holding a protest against the state government, demanding that there should be more safety precautionary measures which should be taken up for women. And now we are seeing Y. Sharmila, who was seen staging protest against the KCR government over the women atrocities being taking place here in Telangana. Now she was seen staging protest, but then police officials have taken her in preventive custody. She was first moved to Boyenpalli police station, and later now what we are being told is that she is being moved back to her residence in Lotus Pond. So definitely the face-off between Y. Sharmila and the KCR government here continues, because time and again how Sharmila has been also questioning this, that time and again the KCR government is trying to stop her, because back then also 2 times her Padyatra was stopped, and now once again when she is trying to stage protest, she was stopped, she was taken in preventive custody, and now she is being moved to her residence is what we are being told. And now we also see that how Y. Sharmila and other opposition parties have been questioning the KCR government over not providing enough security, enough safety for the women, and that is the reason why we are seeing such incidents. But then opposition parties continue to demand that there should be more safety measures and more such awareness programs which should be come up in the state of Telangana for women's safety, and that is the reason why just 2 days back we had seen BJP state president Bandi Sanjay also staging protest, and now Y. Sharmila, who was seen staging protest at Tangman, she was shifted. She was taken in preventive custody by the police officials and later shifted to police station. Now she is being moved to her residence at Lotus Pond in Hyderabad.
All right, thank you, Neri, for getting us all the details. So Neri is getting us top details. Y. Sharmila detained once again during a protest. That's one of our top stories we're tracking right now. Viewers, we're getting more details in Liquorgate. After ED issued a summons to Kavitha, she is likely to meet CM KCR at Pragati Bhavan, the official residence of the CM. KCR, after discussing there, Kavitha will take a call whether to attend ED questioning tomorrow or not. Kavitha said in a statement, and I quote here, have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear on March 9th in New Delhi. As a law-abiding citizen, I will fully cooperate with the investigation agencies. However, due to the dharna and prefixed appointments, I'll seek legal opinion on the date of attending it. This comes after the PRS leader was summoned by the ED and been asked to appear on March 9th in Delhi. ED wants to confront her with Arun Ramachandra Pillai. Many reactions coming in on this top story. Let's play them out for our viewers.
Ms. Kalvakuntla Kavitha was questioned by the CBI in the related case filed by the CBI in December. But I believe tomorrow the ED is going to be questioning her in tandem along with Mr. Arun Ramchandra Pillai to verify, to check the veracity of their respective statements, if they're going to contradict each other, and if their respective statements taken in tandem would be in line with the evidence, hard evidence that the ED has got with it, or it's going to or they are going to contradict each other's statements and contradict the evidence, because that is where the questioning will go. and that is where the ED will be able to nail if any falsehoods or untruths are being spoken at that point of time. So this was to be a natural progression, and will there be any coercive steps or any arrests, we will have to see tomorrow after the in tandem questioning of Mr. Arun Ramchandar Pillai and Ms. Kalvakuntla Kavitha will progress.
कभी यहाँ छापा मार दिया, कभी हैदराबाद में छापा मार दिया, कभी चेन्नई में छापा मार दिया, कभी बेंगलोर से किसी को बुला लिया पूछताछ के लिए, कभी दिल्ली से किसी बिजनेसमैन को बुला लिया. मतलब मैं परेशान हो गया हूँ इन खबरों को सुन सुन के. मिला क्या है? आप 500 से ज़्यादा लगे छापे मार चुके. आपने लोगों का घर तबाह कर दिए, आपने लोगों के काम धंधे बंद कर दिए, आपने उनके बैंक अकाउंट सील कर दिए. आप जो कंप्यूटर मिला, जो मोबाइल मिला, आपने वो सीज कर लिया. आपको मिला अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं. क्या ये इतनी बड़ी नाकामी नहीं है केंद्र सरकार की कि उनकी 2 सबसे बड़ी एजेंसी लगी हुई हैं और आज भी कोर्ट में कहती हैं कि साहब हम सबूत लेके आएंगे, हम सबूत ढूंढ रहे हैं. ये तो बड़ी शर्म की बात है. तो आज देश के लोग जानना चाहते हैं केंद्र सरकार से कि भाई आपको अब 1 साल हो गया, अब ये नौटंकी बंद करो कि अब हम इससे पूछेंगे, अब हम इससे पूछेंगे, अब हम इससे पूछेंगे. ये क्या है? आप ये बताइए आपको क्या मिला? आपको अब तक कुछ नहीं मिला.
Unless Kavitha will go there, because everybody was saying that she is involved. Finally, she herself is saying that I am not involved anywhere. It is a vendetta is taken by the BJP government. So what she will give appear after meeting with the ED people? What is her opinion? After that only we will comment, because anybody can say that when case is going on without her view, we could not hear. How we can say that? Definitely she is saying that she got a confidence. I have not involved in anything. It is intentionally they are putting case against me by BJP government, her opinion. After appearing, after discussion, what it will come out, then we will make any comment, because corruption is a corruption everywhere. Rule adopting everybody. Rule is not only single person. Rule is a rule. So after that only I will comment.
We have already told many times that this is a politically motivated case. Except ED and BJP, nobody really understands the case that actually they have framed in Delhi in the excise policy. And this is, as I told you, it's a politically motivated case. And whatever the ED or CBI claimed, whether the bribe, the money, or whether the losses that incurred, losses are imaginary, and money is not found, no evidence found. They wanted to witch hunt the political opponents. Whoever questions Narendra Modi, they'll be framed in some other case. You look at Delhi. In Delhi, BJP lost 2 assembly elections very badly. Recently, they also have lost Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls. So they cannot win the opponents. Whomever they cannot win on the ground, whether it is AAP or BRS, they are actually framing in these kind of cases. We are also fighting against BJP's autocratic rule. We are questioning very strongly of their wrongdoings, whether it is Adani's scam, whether it is a farmers' issue. Today, Kavitha ji is talking about the women reservation bill, tabling it in the parliament and so on and so forth. So they wanted to, take that political vendetta. They wanted to frame all the political opponents into some or other cases.
All right, viewers, we're getting in these more details coming in after ED issued summons to K. Kavitha. She's likely to meet CM KCR at Pragati Bhavan, the official residence of CM KCR. After discussing there, Kavitha will take a call on whether to attend the ED questioning tomorrow or not. And Kavitha has said in a statement that I've been summoned by the ED to appear on the March 9th in New Delhi. As a law-abiding citizen, I will fully cooperate with the investigation agencies. So getting these back-to-back details coming in, remember that K. Kavitha has responded to the ED summons in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case and said she will cooperate with the central agency. And she had earlier said that she will seek legal opinion on the date after attending the ED summons. So these are the top details that we're getting for you right now. And in fact, she attacked the BJP-led centre earlier, and she said that I would like the ruling party that at the centre to know that these tactics of an intimidation against the fight and voice of a leader, CM KCR, and against the entire BRS party will not deter us. Let's go straight to Aneri, joining us live right now. Aneri, some more fresh details have emerged that we know that K. Kavitha is very much likely to meet CM KCR at Pragati Bhavan, the official residence of the Chief Minister. Do we have any idea when it comes to what time will that meeting take place?
Well, Shivangi, what we are seeing right now is the big development coming in the Liquorgate scam, where we are seeing that Enforcement Directorate this morning had issued summons to Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter K. Kavitha in connection with the liquor scam. And as we are seeing how all of this has been unfolding here in the state of Telangana, and Enforcement Directorate had asked K. Kavitha to appear before the ED tomorrow in the national capital. Well, now we see that the first statement coming in from K. Kavitha, where she says that she will cooperate with the investigating agencies, but then as she already has a few appointments fixed, she will be looking into the legal opinion and then decide on to the date when she would be appearing for the questioning. But right now, as we are reporting from outside K. Kavitha's residence, as you can see how there has been a massive police deployment, and also what our sources have told us is that in some time from now, K. Kavitha is likely to move to Pragati Bhavan, which is the official residence of office of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and discuss in regard with further legal opinions and further discussions on how to go ahead with this summons which has been given by the Enforcement Directorate to K. Kavitha. Not to forget, Shivangi, K. Kavitha is the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister and also the BRS MLC. Well, apart from this, also we have been seeing that this summons to K. Kavitha comes just a day after Arun Ramchandar Pillai, the Hyderabad-based businessman, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Well, in his remand copy also, it was very clearly written that he had acted upon the instructions of K. Kavitha, and also how the South Group had been how the South Group was involved in this whole of liquor scam. So definitely the war of words between the political parties have been going on, but now we'll have to wait and watch when will K. Kavitha appear before the Enforcement Directorate for the questioning into the Liquorgate scam, because our sources at the Enforcement Directorate had also told that ED wants to confront K. Kavitha along with Arun Ramchandar Pillai. So we'll have to wait and watch when K. Kavitha will be appearing for the questioning in connection with the liquor scam. And in some time from now, K. Kavitha is expected to move towards Pragati Bhavan and meet CM KCR.
All right, thank you, Neri, for getting us all the details. So right now, what Neri is saying is that K. Kavitha will be meeting CM KCR. Remember that K. Kavitha has already responded to ED summons in Delhi liquor policy case. And Neri, I'm coming back to you right now. We also have seen that Kavitha has attacked the centre over the ED summons. Just take our viewers through exactly what K. Kavitha has been saying. Kavitha has put out a statement. She has spoken to the press about her